The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Apbt, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Apbt, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Apbt, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
What up, though? What up, though? All right. All right. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Can y'all hear me on the mic? Where you at, Mike? Hold on. Where? Mic check. All right, y'all. What up? You know, getting in late as usual. I'm pretty sure everybody trying to watch the fight tonight and everything, but I just had to get on. That's why they said we can jump on this short bus right quick. Let me give my big shout outs to everybody out there hanging out with us on this Friday night, my hot mic Friday night. Let me get my shout outs out the way. My big man, Happy 360, I see you, fam. One and only long time supporter. What up, my man? Mr. David Morse. What up, fam? Yo, Cosmo Con TV, what up? Bam! My man, the Mad Doctor, what up, fam? Greater than, I see you, fam. Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Carlos Lee in the house, what up, fam? My man's in there, Mr. Paul Johnson, what up, fam? Yo, what up, though? Mr. Chico Nicholas, what up, fam? My main man, Mr. Derek Lockett, I see you, fam. Vulgar display of power representing Horde, what up, fam? Yo, bite down and shake that like button, the one and only Double M Despo. What up, fam? All right, y'all. Like I said, we had the fights tonight. And, you know, we had the Gasparilla Bowl here in Tampa representing North Carolina State went in I think it was Memphis State. It started out being a good game, but Carolina just put that whipping on them. Got a chance to get out to see the game, see a couple of old partners that came to town, seeing their sons get in. You know, that was something big. You know how things is when you hook up with your boys and they be in town and shit, you find yourself still out there, damn, I got to go do this show right quick. And everybody trying to see the fight tonight. But big shout out to all my people who's showing up and showing out. Because some of y'all probably watching the fight and doing this too. Y'all know y'all got that fever. But look, while I get on this quick short bus, Hey, y'all know over here we talk about our past, and sometimes, you know, it's not like it gets boring, but you don't want it like you're trying to brag on yourself, because that's one thing I don't want you guys to get out of what we try to do here. We actually really try to show and give a closer understanding of our point of view based on what we actually experienced and went through and the things that we saw, you know. And when you're trying to do things that's going to benefit other people, you try to be as right as you possibly can. And I always wanted my audience don't get away from where we at, because where we at here is, we really do get on the bus and we take this bus back 20, 30 years. Now, a lot of the things that we can talk about, we lived during that time period. We were involved during that time period. So over that time period, there were a lot of things that we got a chance to see and do. Not saying we can cover the whole entire community over that time period. We just ran in a certain with a certain group of people, and there was that thing called the fast lane. And if you were intrigued by it and understood what it meant, it was a big lane. We have to get on the short bus but back in the day, that had to be when, a lineup of buses, because everybody seemed like they was on the bus. But remember now, it didn't get like that just because we got like that. No, it got like that because it was destined to be like that. When they first started this shit, it took off, and as things do over time, it got bigger. We just happened to be in that era when things got bigger. So keep your mind on based on the time frame and the things that we do talk about, like conditioning, how we feed. Sometimes I think when you guys be like, I was in a conversation earlier today about what the guys feed their dogs and how they feed them and why they feed them what they're supposed to feed them. And then, other things like walking and running and trying to keep a dog that's on the chain in shape. Okay. Now take it, that kind of works for if you got 1, 2, 3, or 4 dogs. A lot of things are different when you feed a yard full of dogs. You know what I'm saying? Things is a little bit different. Now, keep in mind, I'm telling you this from experience. Why? Because we had a yard full of dogs. And in the raising of these dogs and how we raised these dogs, it took a lot of work, but we kept things simple. If you keep the dog, first of all, you got to keep the dog's health. They got to be wormed. They got to have their shots. Everything is just like everything. It's certain days that every day, every 30 days that you're going to be doing these things. All the way down to treating the yard. And we don't have to worry about fleas and ticks and shit if we always treating the yard, over on a basically what I would call a monthly schedule. And one of our biggest successes was being able to maintain such a big yard without having a infestation of disease, worms, and all that shit. Remember, we had microscopes. Everybody got their shit checked. There's no reason to give dogs wormer if they don't have worms. So how would we know that? Why? Because we have to take a sample of their shit every month just to make sure nobody has worms. You're already running on a heartworm preventative. That's mandatory. Every dog, every 30 days. Don't have to worry about heartworms if you ain't dealing with fleas. Now, mosquitoes is something different that you can't really control, but that was one thing about the farm. Anytime you had the fruits, you had less mosquitoes and more like keeping the fruit up to keep away the flies. Because, you know, flies can be just as bad as mosquitoes. Have a bunch of fruit around on harvest time, they do fall off the tree. And, you know, especially the dogs, they used to love the shit. But keeping your area clean, keeping up the dog shit, you're keeping up the dog shit, you're picking up the fallen fruit, everything was just perfect. And then, you know, based on had them grapefruits and them lemons and shit. And I think they had a whole lot to do with why we didn't deal with no mosquitoes on such a big property and having those trees. Now, we wasn't around a bunch of water, and we had standing water where we really, really, truly didn't have to worry about that, because you can imagine with all them trees, it loved the water. You didn't have standing water around there. But that was one of them things when I was like listening to people talking about the maintaining and how you feed. And I think the key thing is to be able to, first of all, making sure you're dealing with a healthy animal from day one. And if you stuck to that, you know, and we had big yards, so you got to remember we had a tractor trailer of food, and they all ate good, but they ate kibbles. You know, and everybody every other day got a quarter leg of chicken every other day. And it wasn't really that expensive. The thing is, if you've seen the yard, you will see every dog on the yard was nice and healthy. Because I feel like if you keep their body healthy, you don't need a lot of food. You don't need a big, fat, sloppy hog dog on the yard. We didn't have big, burly dogs on the yard. Everybody almost looked like they were in condition. They had big running rooms, and they carried some pretty nice sized chains. And they all got a chance to run behind that four-wheeler. And that was the other thing. If you got a working dog and you feeding them the right stuff, they have energy to work out. You know, when you have dogs that just have that energy, that's a happy yard to me. When they start laying around the doghouse or laying around in their spot and they just not moving around, you know, that's a dog that needs to get out and see the rest of the world. You know, pay attention to your yard, because not all dogs are the same. There's just a certain attitude and attention that each and every dog has to have when you're running with a yard that big. Now, small yards, if we're doing that for big yards, people with small yards should never have a problem, because you don't have as many attitudes, because all dogs have different attitudes. All dogs have different personalities about themselves. And when you're spending time with them, you'll know that. Just because you got a lot of dogs don't mean you can't step in front of that dog and know which dog you're standing in front of. If you know his name, then you ought to know everything about him. He's been on your yard, you've been feeding. Why wouldn't you know everything about the dog? And we took that shit like real serious. You know, we wasn't into just letting dogs sit on the chain and didn't have nothing to do. That's why when we started out with that 80 and broke it down to 40, we were confident and reassured that as we were breaking that yard down, that those chain spaces became very, very valuable, which meant there was a lot of dogs that had to find new homes. But the good thing about that was, you know, being that we did it and it happened, a lot of that is the reason why a lot of our dogs got out in other people's hands, which pushed, you know, the things that we're doing a lot further compared to just what we were doing on just our yard itself. But you never know that until time, you know, as time passed and you look back on all that and you see all that was going on. But because at the time you was really only concerned about what was going on the yard. And I always felt it was a beautiful thing to go out and see healthy dogs. You know, nice muscular built dogs. I mean, it was, you know, maybe it's because of the bloodlines we carried. It was just a certain way they was always supposed to look. And that wasn't one of them. You know, can't tell you they were work dogs because they weren't work dogs. They just had the opportunity to put in, I would say, the average day's work. If you're taking your dog out for a walk, I'm pretty sure, you know, it's hard to walk a mile one way and a mile back, especially when you got a big day ahead of you or a night ahead of you. But it was easy. I mean, for me, if I was doing that now with a small yard, I would take an electric bike, and there would be no reason why my dog shouldn't be able to knock out 2 miles with no problem. And I'm doing this with, you know, a small yard. Say I only got but 1 or 2 dogs. I mean, even with, you know, when we're training our dogs, they don't need to have that workout regimen like our pit bulls did. If you can get out there with them guard dogs and just cut them loose, and they're gonna have their little sprint of energy and run it all off, and then before, you know, you'll know when it's time. You give them enough time to get it out their system, and then they back to work, standing by you and walking back home. Them bulldogs, they love that shit, especially when you do it every day. For anybody who ever had a dog that loved to work, they couldn't wait, and you was putting him on the meal at a certain time every day, that dog didn't show some type of excitement when it came time to where he felt like he's ready to go. That's my time. They be on their tippy toes, because those are dogs that just get, you know, they get enthused by willing to work. And I think if you start them out early like that, you know, and that's a mind thing, you know, because that's all we felt like. We always felt like it was the mind thing. You can control the mind of any dog. You can get them to do anything you want them to do, but in spending that time with them and knowing what you want them to do to the best of their ability takes time. You start early, just like you start with kids, you know. Of course, the smarter they get, the more crazy they get, but then that's where the control comes in. You have to be able to control what you're creating. And see, our bulldogs were socialized. You know, they weren't man biters. You know, we had them ones that was something that was just strictly in them, like Mo was telling you about, the one that would always bite his boot. If you was coming out on the yard, we would put, like, Mama, she would be at the front of the line, because Mama, if she didn't know you and you was on the yard, she would attack you. You know, you just couldn't walk on the yard and start down the line without having to pass her. So that kind of kept that kind of shit. And then also you put the ones that, you know, if somebody get off, you know, you want to make sure you have the right setup to where you don't have to worry about who fixing the running and who don't like who. Believe me, Mama was on one end and Brat was way down on the other end. And I'm talking about, we have 4 rows, and when I say on the end, start at that first row, and you putting Brat way down on the 4th row, way down on the other end of that 4 rows. So, but then, thank God we never had to worry about them ever running into each other, because I know they would probably pass every dog on there just to get to each other. They hated each other that much, but they grew up like that. Man, when we grew up, you know, remember we campaigned them together. So that intensity not to like something was at an all-time high. And I think sometimes it helped along the way, because on them hard runs and you in that conditioning thing and you really want to blow one out, just bring them in the room. Let them see each other. Let them get it off their chest, you know. But then that's just something that is by nature. You're just nurturing something that's already there in them. But I always felt like if you really paid attention to your yard, feed, not everybody use high protein dog food and all that. Man, I think you get the right kind of dog food, you know what I'm saying? And it's gonna actually help the dog. Because to me, just throwing anything in a pan don't work. Just pay attention to this, to their shit. Shit basically tell you everything, and then how much shit. And then you gotta understand how much you feed them. Believe it or not, we got our 40 pounders has got 2.5 cups. Everything from 40, I would say from 47 down, it was 2.5 cups. And 1/4 every other day. And them dogs was able to keep them bodies like that. And still be able to work. Have that, and when I say work, 2 miles on, we had a 5.5 acres. So by the time you went all the way around 3 times, by the time you got them back to the chain, you'd be like, that's a good workout for the day. It's not like we're looking to make them tired. It's not like we're out there trying to keep them in shape. No, what we're trying to do is give them some exercise, give them a chance to blow out that anxiety that they have. That played a lot, in our maintenance and maintaining and raising a lot of dogs, because it was important to have that on hands companionship, I call it. That's probably why the kids always had those ones that they just always wanted to take out if it wasn't nothing but and based on where we were, they had to walk out to the road and walk out way out till they hit another main road and stop by our friend's house and come on back. We didn't have to worry about the dogs, them having to drag the dog home because the dog was tired or something. I think that's those small things that we sometimes talk about, but don't put enough emphasis on the things that matter. Because for us, got to remember, we were living in a different time. I mean, the reason I say that, because if I was keeping a confirmation, a yard full of confirmation dogs, there would be some routines in there. And I mean, might not be a show, nothing, come on, but there would be times in there that we would be out on that damn weight sled. And at some point, everybody going to get some work in at least twice a week. Get some sled work in at least twice a week. See, we looked at our yards as a bunch of gladiators, warriors. If I was running up walls, I would already have a wall out there. I would invest in more. Hell, we invest in treadmills. Treadmills, we $12, $13, $14, $1,500 wasn't nothing for a good treadmill. Think about all those, they classify them if you have a treadmill, but if you have a treadmill for the right purposes, and you don't never know what is the right purpose, because it shouldn't be illegal. And I don't, last time I checked, it's not illegal to have a treadmill. It's illegal to have a treadmill if you're using it for the wrong purposes. You know what I'm saying? Hold on 1 second, fellas. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Hey, Marcus, it's showing. Hold on.
My shit ain't saying nothing. Why the fuck is
Mic check 1 2. Can y'all hear me? Mic check. It's got to be you.
Yes, my YouTube. This motherfucker ain't saying shit.
Well, I'm back in the show. I'm out.
All right, one on.
Right. Okay, hold on. Let me get my stuff back together here. Okay. Yeah, check your mic, bro. But y'all know, man, the bus back in the days, everybody had a different way of doing things. I mean, every dog man gonna have their own way and how you do certain things. So I share the information based on what we did over the years because I think it would help. It's easier based on somebody who experienced it. You know, I used to gloat at when I go on, they be having 100 and something dogs and be having a crew of people out there, you know, the chain spots looks nice, dog houses, everything's in a row. You know, and then you have them some that you be like, damn, you know, y'all man ain't been through in a couple of days type of shit. But the majority of them, man, if you didn't have rooms for big yards like up north, you know, they had different ways of housing them, and then we had pens and shit like that. So yeah, it was so much easier up there. And I remember we had 15 dogs up there, and you thought that was a lot of dogs. But having the chance to come to Florida and have such a big property, and in 3 years we had a lot of dogs. But it's how we bought them all up, you know. And I only speak on this because everybody got to have a starting point. And even though when we moved here to Florida, that really wasn't a starting point for us because we had already been dealing with it, not just to that scale. So it wasn't like it was going to be brand new about how to raise them and, you know, to feed. Hell, it was even better here because we didn't have to worry about dealing with the cold weather no more. Yeah, the heat was a little different, but dogs adjust better, you know, they just adjusted better to the heat than I think they would to the cold, especially if you keep the right water out there. And they had some of the best shade you could possibly imagine. I mean, you ever look down an orchard and just see all the fruit trees, they all be in a perfect line, and when they in bloom, it just looks so beautiful. And imagine a dog on every other tree. So they had good shade, you know. And that was another one of the things where you took what we was working with and we just made it work for us. Never lost a dog over heat exhaustion or being out there in the sun. I think with that many dogs that we had, remember it was an orchard, so there was water all the way down to the orchard. All we had to do was just tap into the water supply and then just put water in between every so many houses on each row. So water was never an issue. You know, I just think if you're going to learn something, the best teacher is experience. But you got to start off with the right tools, the right concept, the right thoughts, the right things for you to get the results that you're trying to get. You got to start out right. And then that just takes keeping it simple. Dogs should have their medicine. They should have their warmer. There's no reason they should have fleas. There's no reason why they should have heartworms and worms. Those are the simple things. Those are the things that's like mandatory to having a healthy dog. It is really important because anything other than that, when you're not doing that, regardless of what you're feeding them, you know, if they're sick, it's not going to show. If they're not healthy, they're not going to be active. They're not going to be the dog that you want them to be because there's something wrong. They're no different than human beings. Shit, they just can't tell us that they don't feel good. So we tried that, and I call it, that was our preventive maintenance. Our preventive maintenance was to make sure that these things are always done. I mean, and that went way beyond just giving them the medicine. That's way down to get them off the chain, make sure they get that run in. Be consistent with it. Find the time to do it. If you can't do it to that level, then that's okay because you got a smaller yard. Even if you had three dogs on the yard, imagine if you gave up that same kind of time that I'm speaking on. And you try to do that every single day with just 3 dogs. Guarantee your dog's going to look great, and they're not going to just be fat. See, when you go put your hands on them dogs, it's already where you want them to be. It's easier for you to just say, okay, he's ready. And for us, if I was going to be doing a confirmation show, I already have a specimen here. Now I'm fixing to tighten him up. Depending on what you're doing. We wasn't into the muscle building things. We were actually into a strong dog. Strong dogs, you need more than just pulling the weights. When you go to messing with that muscle, you want that muscle to be, firm muscle due to the not just constant weights, but that muscle working. See them runs and them treadmill bursts, it kept them loose, And one thing about when we took them off and we did that run every day, chasing the 4-wheeler or, the kids taking them for them crazy walks or riding the bikes and have them chase them on the bikes. When they did things like that, we wasn't worried about their conditioning. All we was basically worried about is them dogs having a chance to work. And if you took that cold-heartedly like that every day, consistently, as them dogs grow from puppies and the grown dogs, you will notice they look forward to that work. That when the real work came along, you wasn't starting from nothing. You already know you got a specimen there. You know what you've been doing with this dog all this time. So it's got to be something different when you transfer, you transfer them from this one thing and now you're fixing to put the real shit on them. And you're supposed to see there is going to be a difference. What is going to be the difference is the amount of work that you're doing at that point in time to compare the amount of work you were doing when they were just basically sitting around just being dogs. That's why I say there's levels to this shit, and it's not meant for everybody. But I think that as I was watching and listening to the conversation, it's true. Yeah, you got to always feed a dog. Doesn't matter what you feed the dog. To me, hell yeah. Doesn't matter how much exercise the dog gets. Hell yeah. Especially if you have the dog and you're feeding the dog and the dog has a purpose. These are the things you have to stay up on to make sure that when it comes time for you to be in the competition, that you're going to bring the best animal that you can possibly based on your knowledge and your experience to even be out there putting them in some type of competition. That's why I be like on these dog shows, you see some of these dogs, man, they be so built up, but they're not like tight like they would be to me, a match dog looks different than a conformation dog. I would hate to see a matchdog look in the conformation show, because in a real matchdog, you know the little powerhouses that used to come in look like little baby tanks. I've seen a couple of them that just that tank that little powerhouse don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing. And then you come in and you see one that you see every damn muscle and vein all in the right place, and they just pull tight. All-nighters. All-nighters. Because they're going to have to win, and guarantee they ain't going to be, muscles tensioning up and all that other, running hot. A good conditioned match dog, there's reasons why they are able to do the time that they're able to do based on the times that people are already expecting that they ready to deal with back in our time. You're going to spend some time. You don't know how much time, but you better be ready to spend some time. When you have to be prepared for those types of things. So yeah, everybody had a certain way of how being prepared, and being this was one of them big communities, everybody had a certain way, but it was always came down to which way was the best way. Just pay attention to the ways it was working. That was not hard to find out. Just pay attention to the shit that's working. I'm always one to take my hat off to anything that went over an hour 30. Because 30 minutes seem like it's forever when you're getting smashed. People joke about that. He was out of there in 17 minutes. But if you actually took your watch and just stood there for 17 minutes, you would see just how long that 17 minutes be. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of things that happen in that 17 minutes, bro. So yeah. But then that's me just taking you back on a ride. Some of you guys probably never experienced or understood what that means. So when you start talking about conditioning in these times, you just really don't get a full understanding of why, we pay so much homage to the ones who are at least able to take that risk and put in that kind of time. That you got an animal that can put in that kind of time. Yeah, you might have lost, but you were still there. Remember, time is what will have one standing in the corner quick. Dog running hot, things like that happen. I've seen him make excuses. Oh, he ran hot early. Yeah, he ran hot early. But what's the problem? Why is he running hot so early? Had to be something you did. Something might be wrong with the dog. All the things that could go wrong when you start making excuses for what happened. That's why you take all the excuses away off of anything. Whether you're going into a confirmation show, take away all the excuses. I mean, you're going to check all the boxes. You're going to have them looking right, and you're going to feel comfortable. Because the average person, I say average. That's like you take any seasoned dog man to do a confirmation show. And I say seasoned, they're going to be able to look at a dog and know what they're looking for. They know they're not in a box situation. So pretty much all of us know what our dogs look like when we were putting them in the box. But we also understand what they look like before they got to that point of when it came down to putting them in the box. Because there is a point where before we start drying them out, they're solid rocks. Solid rocks. So when you go to drying them out, That's why they be looking like they be looking, because you're drying them out and everything pulls tighter. Conformation shows don't need to be pulled tight like that. But just because we were boxing our dogs don't mean that they didn't look. They looked a whole lot different before you dried them out. They're supposed to. You're gonna see all that power, but boy, when you dry them out, now you're looking at raw power. No water, no reason to be running hot. Now you have some to say, "Oh, he was pulled too tight." Well, there again, you're dealing with excuses for something, that won't make any sense. In our days, you could say he was pulled too tight after something go wrong. Confirmation type shows, you could basically sit there and look at a dog and tell when a dog is pulled too tight. And for those who don't really understand what that means, it's almost like you don't feed your dog. And other people look at a conditioned dog and say, you be starving them. Dog being in better shape than anything they ever lay their eyes on. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of them things that I just wanted to get out of the way, because I hear, I see people who have their opinion and things that they say. And a lot of it means, everybody kind of like on the right track. It's not enough emphasis put on the small things that really makes the difference. They always tell you success is always going to be in the details, some small things, because not everybody is paying attention to the details. And I'm just trying to let y'all know on a little side note, we pay close attention to the details. We speak about paying close attention to the details. Based on them little things, they do make a difference. And the only way you're going to find that out is you just got to do it. And that is where it gets hard at. That's when you get a lot of people have a lot of opinions and a lot of conversation. But yeah, any and everybody can have a conversation, but it's a whole lot different conversation when you're doing it compared to when you have never done it. That's why I'm into the, if you ain't never, tried to do a lot of the walk, the running or the walking, or even my thing was grab an e-bike. You should be able to knock out, like with my e-bike, it'll do like 23 miles an hour. It don't take me no more than maybe 3 minutes, 5 at the most. When I leave my house and I take off, and from the run that I make on that e-bike, it's 1.5 miles up, which means I add 1.5 miles back. I have that 1.5 miles done, then 3 miles done, and sometimes less than 3 minutes. Have her chasing me all the way, full blood. And mine, she runs like she's a damn greyhound. That long stride, ears pinned back, rolling out. And then get her back home, let her walk it off. But the more you do it, you'll see that's nothing. They look forward to it. Actually, every time she see the bike, she goes nuts. Oh yeah, we're fixing to go. Go, come on. Run out the door, be standing there waiting on me to take off. Tell you, man, if y'all try some of this shit, you'll notice, you're going to get a lot different results, not just out of your dog, but out of yourself, because you're getting a chance to see that what you're doing, it actually works. And that's that thing what experience does. Once you realize what works, it's yours. Can't nobody take it from you. Most of the people I know, Journey try to stick to what they feel works. So that's where I'm at with that. Don't knock it until you try it. If it ain't what you're doing, ain't working for you, try something different. Let me see who else I got here. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Johnny Rocket. What up, fam? He said, I completely missed answering Tuesday's question. Killers versus gamers. I pick a killer 99% of the time. Sorry to the Shark Tank for a late response. Well, yeah. All right, Johnny, I feel you had to get it in. You're right. I'm like you. I prefer a killer myself. But then again, we have to understand what a killer really is, right? They all ain't killers. They are just a little bit different than what everybody else is. Big shout out to Hirsch79. What up, fam? Mr. 216 Bulldogs. I see you, fam. Tekerian Mincy. What up, fam? Man, I know I butchered your name. I'm really sorry about that, fam. But appreciate you. Let me see if I try that again. Let's see. Carlin Mincy. I hope I got that right. What up, fam? Welcome to the Shark Tank. I see you got that blue already, so I know that ain't your first time here. What else I have here? Let me see. Yo, my man, Mr. John Dimbry. What up, fam? Yo, my man, the insane honey badger in the house. What up? Bam! My man, insane honey badger said regular good ingredient food is just fine. Believe it or not, I don't even shop at Tractor Supply for food. I don't know now. Tractor Supply has some good shit over there, just depending on what you get. And that's for sure. Me, I'm more like the 24-28. You know. And I know back in the Mo used to use that blue, the one with the wolf on it. Used to get bags of that shit. You know, and that was that high-end shit. But we didn't have to have that much food. You know, that with them chicken quarters and with that work, they just stayed. You know, you wouldn't believe, well, y'all seen the bodies of them dogs. All them dogs grew up with these monster, carved out shaped bodies. And again, that might have had a lot to do with, their bloodline too. Because everything you notice on Garden Hard Yard at a certain time, all of it looked the same. Every damn bit of it. Yo, Oak man, I see you, fam. Let me see what else. My man, the Mad Doctor, he said, he always pre-kept his dogs. Yeah. Actually, back in the day, we ain't never do off the chain shit. Never was a fan of it. But there were times, and I don't know if y'all knew this or not, prior to Barracuda even before he even got his first match recorded, I think he had already been down like maybe 4 or 5 times. And I ain't talking about for no little chain either. No. Now, y'all look at Barracuda, imagine him always ready. Yeah. Prior to him, I remember he won 8, right? Recorded. But prior to that 8, he had already won 5, if not more. And I'm not talking about for no little chump chains. And they probably would have never stopped doing it. And if Victor hadn't made an issue out of, people doing that, he wanted his shit to be recognized, But yeah, there was a lot of dudes that be sitting there just waiting on, people run your mouth, but then that only worked so long because you couldn't even, the whole thing about the off the chain thing with me was you wanted to catch somebody off guard. That's a good time when you got a good work yard. Somebody just think they done seen a couple rolls and everything and think they got a beast or something. And then they're going to be a sucker because they're really going into a person that basically keeps his dogs work for these types of situations, which already puts you on a downslope. Because where you working, that finally get a chance to see what that 30 minutes look like. 30 minutes is nothing for this dog that stays in shape. He's good at least an hour. So even if you was a pretty good dog, you're not ready for this man that always keeps his shit ready anyway. And that's where a lot of that off this, because you had, and for me, I just thought because, the popularity of the dogs and what was going on was getting so popular that they just felt like that was the move. So, that's a lot of green shit going on. Now, they that green to fall into that kind of shit and do things that was so, so stupid. Then just imagine how much other shit that they didn't know no better. So those are the little things that I speak on simply because I feel like you have to understand that we all started somewhere. When we climb on the bus, we can only take you back to where we come from. But understanding where we came from does not mean we don't understand, where you're going, because again, these dogs ain't meant for everybody. So I'm taking it like, if you want to have them and try to do the right thing with them, be sincere to the breed and be out there and put in some work. I really believe if you get out there and you put in that work, competition is going to always be what competition is. And people they're going to start flooding to these confirmation shows, because once you start looking at what you can do and what you can make them look like, that's where the love and the popularity is going to come from. Because if I'm going to be in confirmation shows, I'm not going to be just showing up at confirmation shows when I walk away with something. And I'm going to be true to myself that when I look at this monster, when I look at this creation, this soldier, this warrior that I just built here, that when he walked through the door, everybody going to be looking like, damn, he ready. He right now. Because I should be able to look at him and see what everybody else is supposed to see. Because I know when I see it, you had to put in work to get there. You put in the proper work because everything falls into place. And I like it when I got two beautiful specimens, warriors, that I got to go, I put my hands on them because I got to find out what makes, how do I pick a winner between these two beautiful specimens? Because at that point in time, looks not going to get it for me. Because if I'm looking at them, evidently that's not going to work, because looking at them, they both look great. So yeah, me and Mo, we go a little deeper. That's something we've been able our first time, and we found ourselves in that situation. That's why we want to see the teeth. We want to make sure that, you get beyond the look part, that where we got to put our hands on you, you're doing something good. And I think anybody should feel, the admiration of just knowing that somebody else is looking at your work and appreciating it. And I think that's what competition is, first and foremost. The reason I had this conversation is because, again, remember when we be talking about the feed and the maintaining and all that other shit, I be looking, that sounds like that only works for people who are new to this. What y'all saying for the people who trying to, move things forward? They're not just feeding dogs. They want to be able to do other things. But them the conversations you need to have more of. Because it is more than just running out there dumping food in the bowl. If you're going to have them, you really going to have them, you're going to have them for a purpose. And I'm not getting into the purpose, but I feel like if you're moving forward, confirmation shows, wall climbing, all that shit, weight pulling, all that shit still takes the same kind of time that we put in when we was climbing over that wall. Our purpose was a lot different than y'all's purpose, and y'all purpose leaves you that you don't have to look over your shoulder. But if you love these dogs like you love these dogs in this community, then you will be out there trying to work your dog for whatever competition you're trying to work it for, and try to be the best at what you're putting in. I mean, because I think your work really represents who you are as a dog man. For our time, we thought a little bit different. Remember, we found out our answers when you got out, when you climbed over that wall. We putting it all on the line right there. This is my soldier. He's ready. And you will see just how ready he is when this is said and done. There's no more judgmental thoughts or I know I can whoop your ass. No, all that gets answered at some point. That was the difference for us back then. You were going to be glorified in your work based on the outcome of your performance. Why would that change? I just don't see how that can change. Excuse me. I just can't see how that would change, even if you had that same way of thinking in the confirmation show. If I'm confident that I'm bringing in a beast, and I know what a beast look like, and I feel confident in my beast, yeah, I'm going to put it out there to the test. I'm not saying everybody's going to always win, but damn it, if I'm putting in the work and it's looking good to me, and I'm confident in what I'm saying, I better start winning, damn it, because there's something going on if I ain't. Even if I had to talk to a judge and tell him, tell me what happened, maybe it's something I'm doing. But when you're working, you don't think about that shit until the end. That's all. Times might be changing, but look, competition is supposed to stay the same. That drive and wanting to be the best is never supposed to change. And that's just more than my opinion. My man Insane Honey Badger said, I make a special soup I just use kibbles for and add a substance, basically 1 cup of food and the rest soup all year round. It's indeed raw too, but you get more if you cook it. Yeah. Now, believe it or not, now when I'm putting them in a preheat, there's these ingredients that we put together, and it covers fish, raw, green, supplements. What am I missing? Oh, potatoes. That's pretty much. And when you see the bowl, you would think, and some kibble. You would think that would be a big, gigantic bowl of food. Actually, I think it weighs, when my wife put on the weigh, I think it's more like each patty, I think is like 3.5 pound patty. And makes this big contraption, And I'm talking about raw, and it could be the beef, it could be the beef and chicken with the fish, with the supplement mixed in, and the kibble. And each patty, without the kibble, because they only get, even on top of that big patty, that 3.5 pound 5-ounce patty gets 2 cups of kibble. And that might sound like a lot, but it's really not when you constantly working it off of them. See, my thing was always be able to keep them comfortable enough to work it off of them, but be able to build on it because I got them working. That's where all the muscles, the big, thick, it became natural to them. Even when it was just on the chain, they was always looked like they was being conditioned. And let truth be told, they wouldn't be but maybe 7-8 pounds off their pit weight. Remember I said there would be no more than 7 to 8 pounds off their pit weight. Maybe on the bigger ones, no, on the smaller ones, 10 pounds. Because the smaller ones were so much more active. So always kept a little bit more on them because, when you have dogs on the chain that just constantly run all day, just they got this big ass circle. You have them ones that be like that. And most of the smaller ones, and when I say smaller ones, they was like the 38s, 36, 34s. They were always active dogs, jumping with the chain. They just stayed active, and they were already small. I remember just because you were 30, you 34, 38, even the 40-pound dogs, they still had them. Their chains was just like the dogs that was 44, 46, 47, 48 pounds. They all was on the same type of chain. So who you think it was harder on moving, having to move around that same weight? Well, they all got used to it. That's why I always felt like, that's why our dogs always look good, powerful, because of things we do. Is, maybe it was in their bloodline, but I used to just think it was the shit that we was doing. Let me see here. Hope man. What up, old man? He said he sounded like Scarface for a second. Okay. Let me see what else I got here. Hey, for my peoples up north, how is it cold? I mean, how y'all enjoying that cold, man? Say, that's me the moments. Look, I told you I was at the game today in a t-shirt. Yeah. I know, I got my haters out there. But look, I used to live in this shit, so believe me, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. Trust me. But let me explain to you. Ain't nothing like December, walking around, not having to put a big ass jacket on. Shit, I'm telling you, I didn't even wear a hoodie. I had a t-shirt on. Let me see. Hold on. Big shout out to my man Bruce Banner. What up, fam? He said, road work every day. Nothing like a good old-fashioned mountain bike. I'm telling you, man. Now, I know you probably got that mountain bike you got to pedal. But, man, let me tell you something. They did something when they broke out that e-bike. And maybe because I'm older, you know what I'm saying? Because we did, before the e-bikes, Mo used to be on a bike. He used to pump out that 10 miles. He got that 10 miles out. Every dog that we ever had put in shape. That was that. They was on a time clock. You was gonna put in 10 miles. 10 miles. He was gonna get it out of him and that bike. But and think about it. That was 20-something years ago, man. We could do it back then. Did it consistently, like it wasn't nothing. Boy, if we had e-bikes back then, shoot. Because wasn't nothing like that world road. We did a lot, we had, 3 ways of doing shit when it comes to maximum stress. And that was that damn electric mill, that damn slat mill, and that damn road work. All the mills did was preparing for that monster job when they had to hit that road work. You know, for those who know, when you hit that road work and you running like that, you fixing to go through some pads. Now you know how them pads be after coming off that road work. So you got to be able to treat it. Don't let it deter you. You know, just do the right things. You know, I see a lot of, they got them booties out there and them footies out there that I see people think, you know, coming new. But being we ain't never tried it, I wouldn't be able to tell you how it worked or anything. But we used to put that pad stuff on them and make them work through it. Even though their feet were hurt, that get right back out the next day, treat them that night. You know, the next day, that time come, had that little pad treatment they used to put on them, be right back out there. Before you know it, before the end of that keep, we ain't dealing with no pad issues. None. But if you ain't used to it, ain't never done it, you're going to have some pad issues. So prepare yourself. My man, Insane Honey Badger said 3 to 4 hours chasing squirrels in the field or the park. Hey, Insane, let me ask you something. 3 to 4 hours running around in the park, okay? If you had a chance to take that 3 to 4 hours and you shorten it to see what the maximum stress level was. Because we know on the maximum stress level, we know we can get a dog to go blow out for 3 to 4 straight hours. You're not going to be able to get it. I ain't never had one yet that we had literally what we consider blowing them out that could do it for 3 to 4 hours. Our maximum stress, I believe, Mo pushed it. I mean, full go, nonstop, blowing balls to the wall was an hour. 1 straight hour of just straight blowing as hard and as fast as you can. And that might sound crazy, but how you know what your dog's maximum stress level is going to be if you don't get out there and try to find out what it is? Because like everything else, if you can get there, you know, like lifting weights, you might can't pick up 250. So you might have to go back down to 135, but you keep pushing that 135, you're going to be able to get that 150. And you keep putting in that work and, you know, all the soreness and everything that comes with. But then you the more you do it, the better you're going to get at it, the more you're going to be able to pick up. Well, dogs work the same way, under the same concept. They're just not going to come in and blow it out the window like that. But you got to be able to work into it. And Mo, he coming right out the gate. Y'all, you know, he said all the time with all the work that we put in him during they raising and all that, we don't even call it a pre-keep. We call that just everyday maintenance. That when he go to put his hands on one and say it's pre-keep time, trust me, the first thing he gonna do after blood work, everything done, he fixing to put in and see at this point in time, what is your maximum stress? Off the jump. He's bringing them in. That's why we always felt like you never knew when and where, but you always wanted to be in the right time frame without having to put anything. I mean, be able to go unclip it, walk right in there and say, all right, pre-keep time for this one. Blood work, getting all that shit done. You know, checking them, shit, make sure the dog is fine. First workout day, Mo, automatically. First day in, bam. Goddamn meal singing. I mean, he on full blast. Come right in. Mo gonna find out where we starting at. How much can you take? And we gonna build off of that. Like I said, every dog ain't the same. And he knows that. But what he's looking for is going to be the same for every dog. Every dog might not be the same, but what he's looking for out of them going to always be the same. He's looking for maximum stress. And we're going to build from that. And in the same token, remember, we, always wanted to make sure we had killers. But never knowing how long or what the hell we was going to run into, his mind frame never changed from it didn't matter to him. One thing I can tell you, my brother was known as a goddamn good conditioner when it came to these dogs. He was damn good. Always bought in a strong and hard dog. No running. As much as he used to push him, I mean, I've seen plenty of times people be like, "Twin, slow down. Why are you moving so fast? Why are you digging so hard?" Because he's been trained to do that. He all out for the next hour. Mo is driving, he pushing, he's doing a little right there, yeah, and doing the little crazy sounds and sending right here. I mean, just driving. And people used to be like, damn, he pushing the hell out. He gonna run hot. Shit, no, he ain't. He can do that for the next hour and don't have no problems. But they didn't really go that long. A majority of most of the time, we never went that long. 30, 45 minutes, okay. And again, mama's fights wouldn't never went as long as they did if it don't be for the type of dog that she was. Because like I said, her fastest fight was her toughest fight. For coming there trying to blow her out, and she didn't like that shit at all. And she went all nuts in. I mean, when I say all nuts in, I thought mama was going to be that dog. But never could get anything that could really push against her like that her first one did. She was on a rough one. I think it just pissed off everything else. See, because mama was learned, she was kind of like, she was a bully. She acted like a male. And she fought like a male. I mean, everything was aggressive. The headlock, shake you, beat your head against the wall, drag you on the floor. I mean, just skull drag them. But she was the cocky, strong ass male. I mean, she was a female, but people were, damn, she looked like a damn male. So I did see her. She could clock, but everything that she could just push around and do any kind of way she wanted, she was cool doing it until that certain clock go off, and then all right, it's time to go home, and she would just clown. But even he was shocked behind her. Because remember, we didn't really raise her as a puppy. So a lot that we learned along the way with her. But once he got her figured out, she never let him down. And anybody else who came around there, I mean, remember when we got Brad, we had Yellow Day, we had all these dogs on the yard, and y'all want to know how we separated the good from the bad when you got these monsters? If you can stay in here 15, 20 minutes with these monsters, you got a chain spot. You getting a chain spot. All we asking you to do is be able to survive what you fixing to go through. Just survive it. You know what I mean? And you don't want them to be all out of shape, and we were true to this. They had the operative time to and be prepared to get a good, fresh look at a great prospect. I think that meant a lot. My man Insane said they be distracted. Hell, 10 minutes can seem like 30 minutes. You're right. Her said, heck yeah, Mike. You damn sure ain't lying. Heck yeah, Mike. You damn sure ain't lying. You right, man. Look, only way they understand, you gotta be there to understand where we coming from. It sounds like, I mean, a lot of times people talk and it just seems so easy. But man, look, respect the game. That's all I'm gonna say. Respect the game. If you ain't never done it, don't look. Sit back and enjoy. That's why we say get on the bus. Because at least we can take you back as close as we can possibly can, so you get just a real understanding. You know, we can talk about it, we can read about it, but let that be, you know, like the guiding light to enlighten you to be able to take some of this information and at least be able to apply it. So when you do see something, oh, I tried this and this is what I seen, just remember where you got it from. And then thank yourself for taking some type of advice that you picked up from somewhere and you felt like you wanted to put it into your program and it works for you. Because see, I'm not going to be a hater on anybody that, you know, when it came down to something that we seen them do or like them to do, they did, or they told us what they did and we went home and tried it and it worked. Because I'm telling you, if I ever had Joe Abraham on here, he would be the first one to tell you, yeah, they copied a lot of this shit off to me and my brother. Why? Because we always made fun of them about it. You know what I'm saying? And damn near every time, you know, we just had that brotherly type situation, and you know, and they was cool as hell too, but they had a lot of tricks up their sleeve. You know, actually, a lot of the things like me being over in the corner, in the opposite corner. You know, dog already know my voice. You know, so there was dogs know who talking to them, whether it be me or Mo, or Mo might be on the other corner and I went on the beam, you know, hey, might go over that way. Hey, they hear me? We're going to work back that way. We used to do a whole bunch of crazy ass shit. And people they wouldn't really catch on. But, you know, there have been times in there when I heard people like, is he talking to that dog? Do that dog understand what he's saying? And in true reality, the damn dog really be understand what he be saying. Clearly. It just trips people out to be like, damn. Twin said, go back there, and that dog went back there. Well, that was just one of them things I always told people, man, you know we turning dogs. I don't see how, you know, a lot of guys, you know, there was a lot of guys other than us who was really that serious. I mean, I told you we had to get it from somewhere. There was brothers that was serious as hell about that shit. Bruce Banner, you're right, man. That good variety of meats, grain, and vegetables. Gotta have them veggies, man. Them antitoxins mean so much. Mr. Corey Jones, what up, fam? Corey said, you ain't got no business over anyway where we bulldogging that. Go when it's safe and with your pretty pedigree, LOL. I ain't gonna never forget when Twin said that. See, there you go, man. You're starting that shit. But you know what? That's facts. That's facts. That's why we on the bus. Remember, can't get mad at me because we talk about a certain time period. You know, maybe some of y'all ain't never been, you know, or never been back in that such a time period to where we coming from to understand a lot of things and some of the cockiness about how we do things, because we weren't the only cocky people in this game. I mean, this game was built on cockiness. The thing was, In our time, that cockiness only led you to finding the facts, the truth. What's the truth in the matter? When all the talking stopped, guess what? We get a chance to see, in the end, who is right, me or the man over across from me. And that was the blessing and the respect part of the game, because when it's all said and done, we already got an answer. Hey, can't be mad at them. Shake their hand. You, at least you was over there. Good show. Say that worked for a whole lot of us for years. So yeah, we known for sticking our chest out, because we known for putting it to the test. Talking ain't really never got nobody back in the day nowhere but in the box. And maybe that's why everybody to be bulldog and talk shit the way we all sound, to the point that we almost sound alike. Because sooner or later, you going to get that raggedy ass piece of shit and I'm going to kill it. Somebody going to step out the line and going to put your ass on fire and you ain't going to like it. And God damn it, let's lock it up. God damn it, lock this shit up. Big shout out to long-time supporter, the one and only Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? The Jay's Can the Shark Tank. I hope to have to catch the replay. Have a great night. Same to you, fam. If I missed you. Hey, Bruce. You said a lot when you said that right there, fam. You said a lot like that when you said King Kong ain't got shit on me. Look, don't let me be beating on my chest. Oh, I'm screaming it. No, I ain't trying to out-talk you. I ain't trying to get louder than you. I'm trying to get you to understand what do it take for you to say, yeah, lock it up. The longer it takes you to say that, the louder I'm going to damn it get, because I need to make sure you hear me. Yeah, that was me. I talk shit. Big shout out to Holy Catchers. What up, man? He said being able to properly condition is already an art within itself. Holy Catcher, that is such a true statement, because there's so many different ways that we all have to do it, all to come out with a certain result. Remember, it's not a matter of how you got there. The fact is, when you got there, how did it work for you? That was the thing about conditioning, man. That, actually, that was one of the most important things when you climbed over that wall. Did you put the right amount of work on this animal, this warrior, this gladiator, this soldier, that he can perform to his best ability? Sometimes it pays to get outclassed, but when you outclass and then matched up, is a big difference between the outcome of some shit. Outclass is like that shit that Queen of Heart and Pandy and Brat and May May and Molly B, them was, that's just totally outclassed. But see, we didn't have a whole bunch of them. Imagine if we had a whole bunch of them. And I always talk shit about BB Red, because BB Red was a murderer, but there was some dogs around at BB Red's weight that BB Red should have been able to come see, and just things, I don't know why, things didn't happen. And she's supposed to be grand champion, but you slipped a whole lot of people. And that right there used to have me tripping, because I just felt like those kind of things is what's supposed to set for great fights. Remember, I come from that era, like Queen beating the shit out of Pepper. Those two great dogs. Mayday beating the shit out of Buddha. Two great dogs. Mayday having to go uphill on Cody. Two great dogs. Look how long it went. Hey, got to give Cody the love, but got to give him more, bigger respect to Mayday, being he was so far underweight and the shit that they put his ass through just to be able to do it. So he had all the odds that was against him, but then Angel wasn't no hoe when it came down to getting one ready. Let me give a big shout out to my man Clifton behind the enemy lines. What up, fam? J-Lab. J-Lab Benefield. What up, fam? I hope I ain't butchered that, man. What's up? Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Hey, Derek, I don't know where you're from, but you said it's supposed to be in the 50s and in the 40s next week. Where you at, fam? Guy Coasting, appreciate that $5 piece, man, showing the love. Appreciate the love, fam. Let's see who we got here. Big shout out to my man Bruce Banner coming through, showing love with a 5-piece. Appreciate that, fam. But y'all know where I'm coming from, though, right? Understanding, when we get on the bus, and the reason I say, hey, fellas, get on the bus, because every time we come here, we basically are talking about the past, right? Giving a complete insight on this is how that is, enjoying the past. But just because times have changed, the dogs ain't changed. The names, the dog man might change. I mean, we still talking about American Pit Bull Terriers. So, I mean, y'all working with the same shit we working with. Now, I'm still gonna say the quality of the dog is gonna always fall on the man that's handling the dog. So I don't never be looking for excuses just because what we did is a little bit different than what y'all did, when it's still, the quality of the dog gonna still fall on you. So that's where the competitive nature is supposed to be running rapid in a real dog man's hands. Because every time you go out to feed that motherfucker, you're supposed to look at that motherfucker and just know. Not what when I say no, when you've been around these dogs long enough and this is your creation, you will know when you got that, when you about that life, straight up. And it can't nobody bring you down off of that until they do. That's where you're gonna be at. And it's okay to feel like that when y'all walk into a confirmation show. I think I'm finna walk in there with something I know that looked like it was sculptured by God himself. Even if I didn't win nothing, you couldn't tell me nothing different, because I will be right back, because somebody gonna be able to see what I see. I ain't gonna never let them forget about it. Y'all see this motherfucker. Y'all see what he looking like. My man Honey Badger said, when I say that's the dog taking breaks on his own now. I just go until they decide they want to go home. No real work outside environment to a specific task or animal. Yeah. That's why, I feel like, big shout out to my man Javi 360 showing the love with the super stick. Appreciate that, fam. Yeah, I feel like, it's not really a regiment. It's not really a planned workout. I think it's just a regimen that you do every day. I'm pretty sure y'all feed y'all dogs every day about the same time. You actually take them out if you're outside dog, but if you have dogs like we have in the house, I get up, I take my dogs out every morning about the same time. Sometimes when I think I want to sleep in, they remind me, get up, hey, time to go out. But because they are consistently, they already been set for that constant regiment. This is what they know that they know at 7:00 every evening, they supposed to hear that bowl ringing, that water bowl, that food bowl, that dog, that doggy bag. They supposed to hear me going in, doing my scoops. They know these things. They know every time, every morning, before I go out. When I get up, they're already standing there waiting, talking about, come on. That's that regiment I'm talking about. It's not really, I don't consider it like a planned workout. I just consider it as this is what we do every day. It's just another part of living. Not just for the dog, but for us too as human beings. Because it does become a part of your day. I got to do this. You see, Jake Paul and Anthony fight on Netflix. About to start, y'all. Appreciate that, John Johnson, because I'm finna turn this over to Mo and go see it. I know he's going to be mad as hell, but I try to hold it off because he was definitely trying to keep me in here. Big shout out to Pride Bar Jack. What up, fam? He said, with respect, it's easy to bring a savage into shit competition. Who would y'all go into? Hey, no problem. I will respect Pride Bar Jack. But I don't sit up here and brag about who I went to because we've had over 40 something, 40 plus. So, but here's a good thing. There is enough out there, right? Not only just in our videos, but other information that you could just actually, you can get some of Fat Bill's books. We're going to be over there. I got a couple, 2 stories over there. If you got the journal, you'll find this all over the journals. If you're a fancy of all the journals, just journals, you can look through them. But I think we do pretty good where people don't have to really look too far. That if you watch these videos, I don't think I would have enough time to answer that for you. But I think if you really want that answer, you put in some work and you come back and tell me. How about we do it that way? And that's through, through all respect, right? Let me see. Big shout out to my man. Live your life, dogs. What up, fam? I don't know. I ain't see Big. I ain't see Big Hill. Mr. 04 Mayor. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Johnny Johnson said, Twin always cooking up some good shit. Peace, big bro. Salute. Hey, man, look. All seriousness aside, it would be, if it don't be the truth, it would be hard to explain. So I like it when y'all be like, what sound good to you? Hey, look, the only way you're going to really realize just how good it is when you try it for yourself. Because sometimes what sound good ain't good for you. I want to make sure that when I'm saying what I'm saying and when Mo say what he's saying, don't just, listen and think it sound good. Apply it to whatever you're doing, and then you're going to really appreciate what you heard. Because just because you heard it from us and you put it to work for yourself, it becomes yours. And you hope that the next person to see what your work and hear you say something appreciated based on what you said, that they be willing enough to even go try it. And if they just try what you said, they're going to get the same results that you got because you got the same results that I got when somebody said it to me. We was just the ones smart enough to apply it and realize just how important that conversation was. And thank God, I'm glad that I was blessed enough to hear it. Now, we're saying a lot of this on videos, but imagine sitting in a room just having a one-on-one conversation, being able to have them kind of conversation with some real seasoned dog mans who generally don't sit there and tell you shit. But you're worthy enough to say, hey, you know, I was seeing you last fight. You know, you ever thought about doing this and doing that? Or come, you know, we schooling dogs and boom, you know, this is what you need to do. Even learn down to the schooling in the roles, you know, everybody got together on them Saturday and Sundays and we rolling dogs, and you wouldn't believe how much learning that you could get just having them days out just with the right people. Let me see. John said, twin, don't give them the bold, is that bald? The bald mouth. Nah, man, I ain't gonna try to do that, cuz. Bar, you said, that's why I asked, who would y'all go into? It's old news, but tell us the report. But why would I do that? Why would I have to? I mean, Bar, why would you ask me for something that you could do for yourself? I mean, we grown men in here. If you really want to know what over 300 and some videos, I tell you, if you go do half the work, you can come back and ask me about any match that you've seen and say, twin, how'd that one turn out? Because I like that question better. Because that question there means you know a little bit of something, so I can respond to that. But for a person who ain't willing to put in the work and know and think you're just going to come in here and ask that kind of question, if you watch enough of these videos, you fitting to love the answer that we have been telling them from the very beginning. Before I answer that question for you, you tell me who you are that would make you worthy of me asking you, answering your question. Let's try that on for size. Because I was trying to be nice about it by telling you this, you know, here's the easy way to do it. But considering the way we always tell them around here, why don't you tell me, give me a reason why I would answer that for you? Because first of all, are you worthy of me even answering that question? Because I want to know who I'm talking to. Who are you? Now, you got your keyboard in front of you. You definitely got my attention, but I'm going to keep moving on because I'm going to give you a chance to start typing. Lockdown told me he saw BB Red twice and Pandy would have killed her twice. Big shout out to Big Bro out there. That's my man. This is not J-Bo in the house. What up, fam? You right, man. You're funny with that. Cause I'm trying to wonder why it never happened, though. You know what I'm saying? J-Bo, you know what I mean? You know, I ain't get a chance to see BB Red, but I seen Pandy, and, you know, I heard a lot of story about them, you know. See, now there's probably been a different story if Mark had been the one doing it. And you know what I mean? For those who know, you know, mad, you know, I think all of that, even the conversation would have been a little bit different if he had been the one that was doing things. You know what I mean? That's why I've always felt, you know, a little funny about any and everything that was going on over there. But in the same token, you know, they was getting it in. But, you know, when they got outside them classes, you see when they was getting their head busted. And you know who was busting their heads. See, that wasn't nothing old either. When he started talking about the whole Royal Bull situation, you know, because there was a lot that was going on, but a lot of it stayed away from where we was. And when it did happen to find its way over there, they got their head cracked. So, you know how that made you feel when you start seeing, okay, you got that grand championship, but then you stayed away. But then maybe because you bought the last grand champion you bought over this way, got his ass kicked, and you just learned not to come over here. You know, that's the way I was looking at a lot of that shit. And I ain't putting them down. I'm just telling you what was happening. Fact. Pride Bar, if you say STP's grand champion Candy would have stopped Pandy. Well, I'm going to put it like this. STP, great kennel. Super kennels, great kennels. Hardcore, great kennels. I mean, I can keep on naming a whole bunch of damn kennels. You know, anything that STP had, and they never had no problem in going into great kennels. But they was also around when Pandy was around. So don't give me that coulda, woulda, and all that bullshit. When the possibility was there and you talking about two great kennels with two great dogs, there's a reason why shit don't go down. So if you ain't never seen Pandy, and I'm taking it you never seen Pandy because you would have never made a statement like that. But take it from a person who actually seen Pandy, and I ain't even worried about what Candy looked like because it wouldn't have never mattered to me any damn way. That's the difference. Candy did have at least 5 people who were willing to go into her. Pandy couldn't get 5. Now that should tell you something right there. If STP felt like that they could have whipped that dog with that dog open to the world looking for just one more to become a grand champion, they would have been the very first ones that would have been willing to do it because they didn't turn their collar down to nothing either. But for it not to happen, had to be a reason why. So don't tell me about what somebody would have did. We always talk about that shit, but I'm just going to tell you about how it was. One damn thing for sure, I can speak from experience because I did see Pandy. I didn't need to see Candy, even knowing STP and the people who had her. But Pandy was something different. Look at Pandy's fights and then look at Candy's fights. Candy at least got 5. Pandy didn't. Would have loved to see the matchup. But there's a lot of matchups we would love to see, but then they had their reason. And I know Candy was no joke, but Candy wasn't Pandy. Believe that. Nowhere close. My man Insane said, I'll go a day or two without food to know was strained to ensure better health all around. To know. I kind of got what you're saying, though, Insane. I'm working with you here. Pride Bar. He said, okay, respect. One answer for the chat. Who the brat going to for her big night? That's not a rough question. Why don't you tell us? You got an answer? Remember, Brad didn't have but 3. And I wonder if you would know any one of them kennels. And I think her first night, she went into a 1. But she beat some 2-time 2 dogs who was going for their championship. But she was nothing because at that time we were nothing. So it's not about who we beat. We beat a lot of big people. That's only because at the time we were nobodies. We were nothings. We were just dudes with some good dogs that was beating up on people. So for us, it didn't matter who the fuck we was going into. You know, Missing Link, Bill Struthers, Church Boys. I mean, there's a couple of people that I didn't even know who the hell they was. And the only reason you could sit back and talk about they was good people because over time, they wound up being good people. But at the time, you don't be thinking about who is good or who I'm going into. Get back and look at the history, man. I'm 65 years old. Been doing this since I was 20. You ever sit back and watch the shows? They should go. I didn't just know these people by just running around reading books. I know these people because I was running around doing dogs. So again, you're asking the chat a question that I feel like you should be going out there, coming back, giving me the answer, because you're not willing to put in no work. You know, I understand this game ain't for nobody, and especially being over here trying to get some points across ain't going to get you nowhere, because I'm really giving you the time to sit here and tell you anything that you want to know. You can go actually pull it up in a book and find it out for yourself. Don't look for nobody to tell you. Why don't you go do that part? And then you won't have to come back and ask me the question, because I'm still trying to figure out, you didn't answer my question yet. And before I kick you out of here, and I usually don't do that because you're being disrespectful. I told you, you tell me who you are. Give me a reason. Let me know who you are so I can understand who I'm answering that question for, because I want to make sure you're worthy of it, because I can tell right now you are asking a question that you shouldn't have to ask if you was really trying to look and find out. It is not hard to find, because I think she's in a couple books. That's all. And again, with all due respect, now the next time I have to speak on it again, you're going to see me make your message go away. And I ain't trying to make you go away. You're just trying to be disrespectful or a troll. And I just got a funny way of how they're dealing with people like you, because you know how much opportunity I'm giving you. Don't play on that. Who else we got here? Looks like we have Chum. No, I got it. I'm going to eat that one for myself. Well, Jack L, I have no idea, but then I don't put that on you. I mean, because I don't know you, I guarantee you there is 90% of the people that listen in this chat room that I know them only through this YouTube. Some of them I know outside of YouTube. Hey, I've met a lot of guys have come to Florida and we have hooked up, and I've been places and I have hooked up with a lot of these guys out there just being me. And I don't consider myself but just a person who fought dogs back in the day. So don't get me wrong. I just don't know you. Don't mean I ain't putting you down. I'm just saying, when you ask questions that you ask with all the videos that I have, then I think it's only fair for me to understand, first of all, who am I talking to, and give me one reason why I would have to have that conversation with you, when you can just go out there and see all that shit for yourself. First of all, and then why are you here? Because if you're here to do this, I enjoy this, because you're not going to be the first one. I'm pretty sure you're not going to be the last one. But I'm going to treat you the same way I treat all the others. Show some respect, first of all. And you say all due respect, because I'm coming back at you with all due respect. There's nothing out here, and I don't believe in bragging on myself, but there's nothing out here being I'm an open book. You can find anything you want about any one of them dogs without me having to sit here and talk about it. And if you can't, all you got to do is go back, because it all started at the yard anyway. I think by the time you reach the third video, you know, I think you will have that figured out. Because I'm pretty sure I should not have to explain to you who I am, because you're actually over here at my podcast. So evidently, there's got to be something over here that you're trying to do other than be an asshole. So we call you chum in the water. But I'm going to let you swim around a little bit, because I think you might have enough fingers, being that you was trying to tell me you Jack L. Then I need you to go tap a little bit more, Jack L, because you still ain't gave me enough to even think about giving you an answer to anything that you're asking, especially that part that I know you can just put in a little bit of work and go find out for yourself. Let me see. Hey man, hey, somebody type down there, who won the fight? Who won the game? I had to come in here and I see Alabama came back. Did they finally take over? Somebody put that down for me. He said, we really don't understand how bad she was. Which one, Candy? I'm pretty sure STP had them. They were pretty tough. I mean, as far as Candy was concerned, because, I mean, hold on. He said 24 champion and 5 grand champion. STP was in a different space. Well, I mean, if you're in the dog game, you know that. But you know what? That 25 champions, 5 grand champions, there's a kennel out here that was bigger than them. And do you know who Super Kennels is? Because if you know STP, then you ought to know who Super Kennels is. So, being I know both kennels, and I lived in a time when they were both there. There was somebody who had more better dog, you know, not better dogs, but had just as many champions as STP did, if not more. Well, I'm pretty sure they did have more, because for people who was known around this dog game, that accomplishment that STP set the mark, where there was somebody who actually bettered that mark. So I give all good kennels their respect, all of them. But to put it in you know, basic terms, you don't see too many people doing what STP done. Remember, STP consisted of a group of people. They had the room and the ability to do a lot of the right dogs, because they had a lot of the great dog men who to get together, and they put together a very, very beautiful program. Remember, they bought Luke Kane. You know, I think when they bought Luke Kane, he was already a 3-time winner. So, yeah, I pretty well familiar with STP. But like I said, STP, Super Kennels, there was, you know, those are them ultimate programs that show they worth. I'm not on the STP level. You know, there's so many people bigger than us. I told y'all that all the time. You just take Super Kennels and STP with all the great dog men over all the damn years, and I'm talking about years and years, and all the fucking dog matches over all these years, and then you can still stop and look and know the ability of 2 great kennels. And I call them great kennels simply because that accomplishment that them 2 kennels have had, you know, has been proven within their worth, and it's true. Not many kennels that we know of in my time, and I've been around since 1982. And I ain't no young kid. I'm 64 for those, finna be 65 for those who don't know. So yeah, I wasn't just a little crumb snatcher running around. I'm watching all these boys work, and not a lot of people was able to do that. So yeah, you got to take your hat off to people who's doing it. Well, again, I'm not here to argue with you. What I tell you about that? Well, I tell you about that. I ain't here to argue with you. He said Jake Paul got knocked out already. See, I missed the knockout. Let's see. Didn't need the crowd. My man Mad Doctor said didn't need the crowd. Boudreaux Bumpy made champion on us. Didn't need the crowd. And then we never reported it. He did. And we laughed. Well, you know, there was a lot of that going on. No. Vernon, tell me it didn't happen, Captain. Said Joshua, stop Paul's fake ass. Did he stop him or did he knock him out? Or did he quit? You can't play boxing, bro. I hate people that haven't been in the boxing believing they can just step in and win. Well, you know what? I got that goes to say a lot of, that goes to say a lot. But where my dude at? Yeah, just stop it. That's how I feel about it. Just stop it. My man John Johnson said Jake Paul got knocked out. I got to follow up on that. Got to follow up on that. Hey, fellas. Hey, I didn't want to be here this long. It's 12:01. But y'all know what my thing was. Now, we already out here. The fight is over. So I know y'all just ready to just be bulldogging. But again, I hadn't really looked in here to be here this long. But it's the small things in the game, right? And I think, the bus ride, being able to jump on that bus. Like this dude sitting here trying to tell me about STP, but I never heard him make one simple comment about super kennels. Not a one. Not to jump in there and say nothing about their dogs. And I mean, these is not kennels that just like in order to be. Look how long STP been around. Y'all, we done put up these journals. But you got to remember, you got to stop and think about, okay, so where the hell did super kennels come from to have accomplished as much as they accomplished in that time period that when they popped up? You got to think about the years that went by now, and then look at their dogs. Hey man, that shit was hard to do, especially when you are beating people in the fast lane. Literally. I have all respect for them kind of guys, man. Well, you keep telling me super kennels was a different time, and I just told you I've been in this game 40 years. So at what time are you trying to tell me that what was supposed to be different for a person like me? I lived in both times. So what would that mean about a different time? As far as me, STP never fell off through all them years. Wherever and however they doing, they always had something that you could step back, whether they went and bought it or bred it or any goddamn thing. I remember Yellow Buck was bred to STP's buck. So that goes to tell you, I mean, we around when even all that shit was going on. So these dogs were living around in my time. Buck had already been a grand champion. Yeah, the whole Sandman thing. Just think about the guys who were able to go breed the buck. Like when Stone City actually did that. Them kind of moves, and then turn around and get the dogs that they was getting off of it. And then we turn around and get the shit that we got off of them off that breeding. Remember, we got Buck in our second generation. Them line of dogs that we had, Buck is in our second generation. So that's how I be looking at it. No, when you say it been around, no, I was around in that time period, and I was around in the super kennels. Again, still looking at 357. That's still super kennels. Without that breeding, we wouldn't have a macho buck. Remember, and everybody still was playing with the buck shit. So for me to see all that transform from way, way back then when it was just writing on the paper, when Mayday was just Mayday and Yellow Buck was just Yellow Buck and Buck was just Buck to just beat Sandman. We don't know what all that breeding shit. We knew nothing about the breeding shit because it hadn't happened yet. So to sit back and look on all that and then like you're trying to give me a history lesson, that I already know. You can't know who the hell I am. To even feel like you can even have to tell me some shit like that. Don't tell me about a different time. It's all the same time period for me. I know that stings. It just stings a little because I ain't cussing you out. I'm just actually trying to keep it real with you. with all due respect. Mad Doctor, fuck that whole chat. Where my Captain America dogs at? My little Boots dogs. Eli, Tom, Boomerang, dogs at any Kingfish. My Art, my Zebo. I hear you, Mad Doctor. You still playing up there around? You know, that's still our area. You know, that's still home, baby. Don't think I don't forget about home. I don't forget about home. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Bernard Starr. He said, Mad Doctor, they all good bulldogs prior. No lion has a lock on the great dogs. They all throw good and bad. Bernie, you know what? When we be having them be like them is almost like simplistic answers, because sometimes you be wondering how we didn't have to answer a question like that, because it is so disrespectful to me. Because we all know everybody, you're gonna find good dogs all over the place. But then to me, that's what made the fast lane different. Over there, you wanted to be challenging whatever the fuck you had against what was considered the best. That's it. And we know everybody didn't go that way. We know everybody didn't go with the journal. We also know everybody didn't know what the fast lane was. It was just something different. Everybody was bulldogging, but what the fuck did this fast lane thing come from? I didn't create that. It was there when I got there. And when I got there, I got a chance to see over there, guess what? The best really be trying to go into the best. They ain't scared. They will actually come, they will travel to wherever you at to go get your ass. We always say, ain't nobody scared. Well, there's been times that I don't call it being scared. I just call it just being, being honest with yourself. There's a reason why Pandy was only a 4-time winner. I'm trying to tell you, there was really one reason only that Jigga never picked up his grand championship. Because Jay really couldn't get anybody to take that opportunity to go in there and get a money away. There's the only reason. There is no other reason when you are saying, literally telling people that you open to the world. Everybody know who you are, and no takers are coming to fill that order. There is hands down a proven fact, that the reason those dogs did not become grand champions because they were just that good. Now, in the same way I'm saying that, there were 8 people who thought they could whip Queen of Hearts. 8. There was 10 that actually thought they could whip Tornado. There was 7 people who thought they could stop grand champion Red Ruby. 7 people. The dog ain't never been over 30, the longest fight was 30-something minutes. That is a 7-time female winner. Yeah, you go check that one out too, though. Pry Bar. Because she beat a lot of great dogs too. But you don't know who she is, but you'll find her under that going hard shit. But imagine all these people who had these multi-winners that people were going into. And it wasn't a matter of who they was beating. It actually got down to people who actually thought they could beat them. Remember, grand champion Luther killed, 7 dogs. 6 dogs, 1 got away. But imagine, the Legion of Doom and Luther, Dolomite and Duke. So that's a man who got yards full of nothing but killers. And think about it. Robert T got beat by Grand Champion Duke, Legion of Doom's Doom. Here is a 9-time winner, the Kenny Allen, finna have a double Grand Champion male. And he was willing to put all that on the line against the Legion of Doom's Doom. If I'm correct, Robert T quit in 30. Okay. So now because of that happened, are we going to sit back and say that Robert T's all the 9 matches that he didn't go into shit? He just so happened to run into the Legion. Well, people have been running into the Legion for quite some times. Luther then become a 7-time grand, winner, grand champion, by just a man twiddling his fingers, and he beat some of the best. Same with Dolomite. Same with Doom, and so did Dolomite. Because remember, he had a grand champion Dolomite too. But they had a lot of great dogs. But we ain't gonna take nothing away from the people that lost. I'm not taking nothing away from Robert T and Kenny. There's a lot of people who had these great dogs, man, and lose. That's always been a part of the game. So unless you've been one of them to stand over the corner and know how it is to lose, then if you are one of them, then you should have a little bit more respect for the people who did lose. Because is there a difference? Because you might be a nobody that lost compared to this guy here's a somebody, but he just lost like you did. Does that make him better than you all of a sudden? Or you better than him? No, losses is this part of the game. That's a part of competition. It's a part of sports. Most of the time when we had great fights like that, like I knew that Abraham was going to go get Pepper. Them people in Puerto Rico who had that 4-time winner, do you think that they really cared about what we was bringing over there? The only reason we got in and even got that off, because if we hadn't been winning like we were winning, we probably wouldn't have got that off either. But we were considered a good kennel back then. And then at that point in time, we was cocky. They wasn't knocking on our door. We was tearing their door down. That's how that shit come into play. I mean, we was raising enough noise that they knew we had good dogs. That's the only way we had the opportunity. If they didn't think we wasn't shit, then I don't think we probably would have got it, because they were going for their grand champion and they just felt like they wanted, they wanted a little bit more competition. But then Justin and them, they kind of let them know, well, yeah, they got some badass shit. And that was before we was ever even messing with Mayday and Stone City Dogs. All that shit happened after the fact. So I give all respect to the other man in the corner. That part is like supposed to be hands down. The upkeep and preparation, like my man Vernon was saying, they all good bulldoggers prior. They all throw good and bad. I mean, I just really believe that sometimes to understand what that really means, you got to really live it. I mean, it's easy to say shit. It really is. But it is a whole lot harder to actually do the shit. And the only way that I know if you understand what that really means is you got to tell me something. Not show me. I got it first before you can show me anything. Just tell me something. Because if you tell me the right thing, I might be, it might be a little bit interested to want to know more. Maybe that's how we came up. I've seen people literally go out and do the same thing that that my man Prybar did. I did. I seen people when we first got into doing this that went in and start doing this little research thing. Not beforehand, they talking shit. You know, it's like my man Fat Bill. He didn't even know what's, you know, that kind of shit. You know, but yet we in his book. Oh, things change when you go find the story in your book. And these books is old. So I mean, you was around when we was around. For us to be in your book and them stories, then you just didn't know we were black guys. That's all. Anyway, people would have known we were black guys that we actually showed our face on YouTube. Back then, I don't think people knew what the hell we was. Because for people after all these years later to say, hey, you know, they thought we was white, that goes to show you how far that shit went on. But you hear all these other guys that know us, that we running around with, that you can read about in all these other books. You know, see their match reports, see, you know, they programs why we can still talk about certain people to this day because of their programs. If they know me and I know them, it's not just because we know each other. Just because we run in the same circles. That's all. I learned a lot from running in them circles. I mean, and I think it's important to understand, regardless of what other people say, do, or think, you know, when it comes down to what you're doing, let you be the reason for all your success and let you be the reason for all your failures. Don't look to pass that blame off to nobody else, because the sooner you can accept the things as being your faults, the better off you're going to be at getting back on track and try not to do what got you where you got there. Time to try something different. And that's just facts. That's just living life. That's just like anything that you do in life. If it don't work, that's the good thing about it. You can wake up the next day and try something new. Start over. But stop running around looking for the blame. And stop running around pointing fingers at people. Because I swear, Prybar, I sure would want to see you to answer my question, because man, if you was to really answer my question that way you was worthy, I wouldn't even go and tell you to go look at the video. I would do a video just straight for you. Well, no, I wouldn't. I would say go get it, because I got videos out there, but I would definitely go back and get that video and let you and send that link to that video so you can watch and you can see all these dogs that I'm associated with. That's all. Not even the people. I mean, I think we've done enough shows that y'all should already know how and what we've bred over the years and some of the things that we've done. I think after 300 some videos, that should be obvious. So I'm not trying to make your job hard on you. I'm thinking I'm making it pretty easy, because I really do believe if you put in a little bit of work, you would not have no problem in answering the questions you're looking for. But I think your hardest problem is trying to answer my question. What makes you worthy of me even answering your question? And I see that a lot of that typing stopped. So I'm hoping that ain't something I said. He said, no guys didn't know Pro Set was white boys. May the owner, but I didn't say shit. Well, I know Pro Set. No, I do. You can ask him. He know who we are. So as far as his color, I mean, kind of throw me for a loop on that one, because it wasn't like he was, you know, it was a secret. As many, he was going around buying champions, making grand champions. So what Pro Set was doing, you know, wasn't no shock. We bred dogs together. So when you make comments like that, I'm kind of like, well, not everybody felt like that, because, you know, he only dealt with certain people, but it wasn't no secret about who he was. He was making them big moves and winning with them great dogs. And we know he was buying them dogs, making them great. So how could a person like that be moving around and really not nobody know who he was? Because he was making them major moves. Only reason people didn't know who we was because we wasn't really making the major moves. We were actually using our own dogs. We wasn't going out buying shit. We was doing what we were breeding. And so that's where our shit started coming from, because we had a whole new different breed of dogs and we was just doing them. So of course, I guess you do enough ass, you know, people could be like, damn, what they using over there? The same old shit. All they shit look alike. So I think that's where a lot of curiosity came from. Because how are they doing this many dogs and they all look alike, and they ain't all the same dogs? They got a line of dogs over there. Being we wasn't selling the dogs, that kind of made people like, what kind of dogs are they using? So got to remember, we lived through that time period with what would make people even want to know what the hell we was doing, if it don't be for what the dogs was doing. So sometimes you don't want the headache, but sometimes you don't have no choice. It's going to come anyway. Everybody be trying to get on a good thing. See, think about it. All them champions out of Mayday, and to know that Victor didn't match, none of them. That's how popular Mayday became after all them dogs got out there. And remember, when we hit the scene, it wasn't nobody but Brat and Luke Kane. Didn't nobody know about the rest of that shit. That's how early we was on it. I think Brat was his first champion, and Luke Kane became the second champion, and then his first grand champion. So time took care of a lot of that shit when you stop back and look back on that time period when you say that didn't nobody even know who the fuck Mayday was. You know, a lot of people don't even seen the dog. So it's so much about the dog, being we was there so early the whole time, watching the things that you hear people telling stories about. We standing right there. And look back on history and look how big that shit got. This dog turned out to be a famous dog. You know? So, yeah, to see it happen, and I'm saying trying to be a part of it, but then just even being a part of it because you was there. You didn't just stand there and do the story. You became a part of the story. So, yeah, it was crazy for me, for people to get out there and start saying, I just sit, and then you start looking around and say, damn, yeah, they in that book a whole lot. Yeah, they got a lot of goddamn dogs with that going hard shit in it. How do you figure that out now? Back then, you look at all the people in the names and the people who had the dog, would y'all really known them? Most of the people wouldn't have known them. You probably wouldn't have known them if we hadn't never came out, the closet, and then people start talking about them, and then they realize, shit, that's they shit right there. That's why we speak so highly about Sheriff Powell, the man who actually got us in the bulldogging, the sheriff. If it don't be the sheriff, we would have never been in the Bulldogs. And he just wasn't a normal sheriff, though. For me, he is a very big part of the only double grand champion in the American Pit Bulldogs history. Sheriff Powell. That bottom side of that brother-sister breeding of Tornado. You see, that bugs me out because I was around those dogs. I was with them dogs when they went to be shipped off to the airport. We was doing the breeding. And to see back after all these years later, that's what them dogs turned out to be, part of that famous ass dog. That's just how time just funny like that. James Edwards, when James lost Molly B, the funny thing was when she got stolen, I'm looking at the damn dog somewhere else, but not in his hands, but in somebody else's hand. I'm green. I don't know who this great dog is, but I know that's Molly B. That's what they said her name was. Anybody familiar with Kinston, North Carolina? There's a lot more people down there. Tony Wade's a bulldog down through there. Harry was a great bulldogger down through there. Just many good bulldoggers down in that area. But we all knew that, you know, for them, they all knew that Mighty B got stolen. And, you know, they had their certain feelings about it. But for me to sit here and say, yeah, I know who had that dog. You know, it's because I know who had that dog. I seen that person with that dog. That was a stolen dog. But back then, I didn't know she was a famous stolen dog. You know what I'm saying? But those are the things you sit back and think about that life gives you when you can sit back and actually go and look at these things back there. That's not shit that's made up. That shit really truly happened. You can check my time period. Yeah, I was in North Carolina at that time. Yep, we was running around with all of them down through there. Triplet, Kimsey, Atlas, James, Powell, Hargrove, Tony. I mean, them are my North Carolina people. So I got my North Carolina people, my Ohio people, and my Florida people. And there's a whole bunch of them. And I mean, no, don't disrespect to my North Carolina, I mean, my South Carolina, my Georgia, my New York, Buffalo, Rochester. Remember, this list gets long when you're trying to show homage to all these great dogs and dog men. But I know they can't be no different than me because they got their own experiences. But they ain't out here on podcasts and shit like that doing this shit. You know, but that don't mean they supposed to be forgotten, because everybody that had anything to do with what we've done in our career and our life and this great experience, I share back with you because I owe that to them. And as long as our videos are out there, I hope they will never be forgotten. And that's what matters. Because if we don't tell it to you and don't share the story, because ain't that how we got it? Ain't that how most of us got it? Ain't that how it's been throughout all these years? Technology and all that's getting better, so we might be able to get out there and touch a couple more people. But times have changed, which means things gonna be happening different. But you can't take away from the time I'm talking about. That's why we get on the yellow short bus, and let's just go back and talk about it. The short bus is a little smaller than the big bus. I call it the short bus because that's where we at. We are down on the short bus now. But we still gonna talk about the same thing I was talking about when I got on the big bus. But we just gonna respect it for the time period, all right? Let's see. Johnny, you said, I thought JHK was from the islands. Well, I don't know. We was in Puerto Rico and we was in the Dominican Republic. And due to the two big fights that we had in them areas, I could see why people would associate us with the islands. Now, I only say that just based on conversations, because I know the Tommy Boy thing became a big thing because it made the front cover of the journal. So that was one situation. You know, for them, she made the front cover, but remember, she died that same day. You know, on the cover, when it speaks to Tommy Boy, it talks about she won a grand champion, but her hardest fight was against Going Hard Kennels. Well, that kind of shocked people in the end, just to know, first of all, it was really, really a great fight. I told you how I felt about that based on the great dog that I seen. But for them, it was kind of a heartfelt thing because they had so much hope in this dog, and they ain't getting no puppies and none of that. You know, them short fights led up to, you know, that would have been it, and they would have been breeding the shit out of her, especially when her mama was Game Jane. You know, Game Jane wasn't no joke, and she produced that crazy bitch. Yeah. But a lot got lost in that because Red Ace killed her. And then the same thing in the Dominican Republic, same situation. Remember, that's where the shit wound up at. The shit became one of the roughest bitches in the Dominican Republic. But the reality of it was, the shit was a going hard dog that got stolen. That wound up in the Dominican Republic. Thanks to Missing Link. You know, that's where the story goes. But remember, she wasn't our dog at the time. So it was somebody else's dog. And they were supposed to be getting her ready for her second thing. And they kept her and never gave her back. So they just basically took the dude's dog. We gave him. But it's that type of shit. But because of that situation, and everybody knew that was a going hard dog, and they knew that's where the shit was, I could see why people would always associate us with the islands because of them two things. And then we ran with Jesse and them. You know, actually Stone City Kennels was a really big, it was more than just Tony and Jesse, because we met a lot of them that had some badass bulldogs down there. It was a lot in both Dominican Republic and in Puerto Rico. Good dog, man. I don't know about the Europeans who own Australian guys who own Chi-Chi, but you know the story about Chi-Chi. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, you know the story about Chi-Chi, you know the story about Nini. Yeah. You know what I mean? Great dogs. But we just know a dog that was better. Don't take nothing away from them. But we know there was a dog better. And, you know, the last I remember, Chi-Chi and Nini never hooked up. So, but that part got taken care of because the same dog that beat Chi-Chi went back and wouldn't kick Nini's ass. So, yeah. The Rebel and Shady Lady was crazy into high-level dogs. Well, that's one that you can put on that list. Now, I don't brag about the shit, but then that's one you can put on the list. Ricky always tried to go in a high-end competition because he was that competition who opened the doors to all of us. You know what I mean? But Ricky really didn't know. He didn't really run from shit, but they had their ways. I mean, I can sit back and I can honestly and truly say that they, you know, Shady was around some great dogs. That's all I'm gonna put it out there. Rebel Kennels was around when Queen was in Florida. They were down here together. Don't give me that bullshit that Shady couldn't have got some. Because if that was the case, Queen fought Lou. Who was Lou? Champion Lou was from Ricky Jones. Now, Lou wasn't nothing but a warm-up so they could see what Queen was about. They was glad as hell to see the Abrahams come and get Queen and take off with her. Because you know damn well the Abrahams came back after they took care of Pepper that was looking to take care of Rebel Kennels and Shady Lady. They wouldn't give them the chance. Just like Boone went after. So there were certain people that they just didn't want to fuck with because they knew what they was fucking with. Why, y'all have to just look at that for what it was. I was living back there and I'm seeing the results. I mean, Pandy and May. But Pandy and I Millie, that would have been a great one. It would have been a great one if it could ever happen, but we know why it didn't happen. And I am not going to sit here and spit on that man because he didn't want to do it. And I ain't talking about the people who had Pandy either. I'm talking about a damn dog man that wasn't scared of nobody either. But then guess what? Some things just meant to be left alone, and Pandy was one of them. Big shot to my man Cosmic Cow TV. He said, "Twin, do you have any experience with the Cardenas blood?" Nope. I know a lot about, well, I put it like this. Yeah. I mean, but I don't talk about, I try not to talk about the Cardenas blood because that puts us talking about the now. And, anytime you start talking about the Cardenas blood, you're talking about that Eli shit coming back in America a little bit different than when it left. And you can't help but talk about it, if you know what I'm saying. You're right, though. Pride Bar, you were right. You said Pandy wouldn't scratch, and under Cajun rules, I can't trust a dog like that. Well, I'm put it like this. Understanding what you know was the obvious. So I'm going to take it that you know what you talk about because I've already, for people who didn't know that, they know Pandy never scratched. But under Cajun rules, and I don't know any other rules that she wasn't, I mean, she was under 4 times under Cajun rules. And when that man said release the dog, she's staying right there. But I have yet to see or heard one. Now, I've seen her twice do this shit. And she did it 2 more times after we seen her do it. Nothing ever scratched back into her where she didn't have to scratch. That's how vicious she was. That's how vicious she was. Now, you talking about she wouldn't scratch. Well, once she got started on your ass, you would have hoped they had got you out of there fast enough where she could at least had to scratch. But by the time they got her out of your ass, you was done anyway. So what can you take away from a dog like that? You wouldn't have to trust no shit like that. You just one of the ones who wouldn't trust a shit like that. But think about the people who had her and the people who were afraid to go into her. If they was thinking like you, the baby gave a dog like Pandy away. And if they were thinking like you, she probably would have never had the weight on her grand championship. Because I would have think that you would have known everything that I'm telling you about Pandy, that you would have been sticking your chest out and went and bought a dog again that you thought that could whip that dog that wouldn't scratch. See, that's the kind of motherfucker I'm talking about. Is you that type of motherfucker? That you would go grab you something and then get in there and find out that dog that you don't trust, that you can go in there and beat that dog knowing that dog don't scratch? Yeah. Is you one of her losses? Because I think that's a good damn question. Are you one of her losses? Because there's a reason why she never got 5. And under them same conditions that you spoke under. So what you don't trust, a whole lot of people became believers. Because they probably wound up just like you, just running their mouth, talking shit, but ain't willing to go over there and find out. Because what you heard, you already know. You ain't surviving it. She's not coming out, but your dog put their mouth on her, she's going to kill you, period. You can stick your chest out and talk all the shit you want about what you can bring. Well, just put it like this: 4 other people did it where she never became a grand champion because nobody was willing to take that chance. That says a lot about the dog, but a whole lot about the dog man too. Because I know a couple of big dog men that wouldn't fuck with Pandy, and I'm one of them. Think I'm lying. I wouldn't give a fuck what anybody else had in the country at that weight, but just long as it ain't Pandy. That was the rule. That was the rule back then. And you got to be careful. Ain't no open calling with 33, 30, what? Yeah, I don't care who you bring as long as it ain't her. Again, Pride Bar, when you say no way, no way. Well, I'm the one that tend to differ with you. And that dog, man, we ain't got to go back and forth with that, do we? Me and my man J-Bo goes through that kind of shit. You know, I expect all men, but then that's his dogs. You know, when we talking about bulldog, we it's cool to stand on your own shit. I ain't gonna hype that shit. You know, you're supposed to stand. You know, you're supposed to stand on your shit. But I don't believe in standing on shit that I ain't never seen. You know, I could hear that you was a good dog, but remember, I seen Mayday, and a lot of people don't think Mayday was, they just think Mayday wasn't shit, and talk about all those other dogs, and then all the way down, I heard people talk about they didn't have that many catch weight dogs around, all the crazy ass stories, right? Same thing about Barracuda. Same thing about Hunch. Same thing about Lucane, 600, even Lil Mayday, aka Kunta. You never realize just how dominant these dogs really are, you guys. I'm telling you. Even Red Ruby, remember, she had 7 times to somebody felt like they could whoop her, and she was beating shit under 30 minutes. Now, take it so that even though Most Wanted, they had a lot of shit going on. They was kind of new, and they came out of the box because they had them other dudes who was working under them. They was like them proteges, and they had that money, and they just had their hands on the right dogs. But because of that money that they had, is the only reason that people went into Ruby as many times as they did. Not when you killing shit in less than 30. You know how many people for that kind of money would take that chance on a bitch that they feel like they got a dog that can get by, can outlast this dog 30 minutes. I know I can make it beyond 30 minutes with this dog. You get by that, I think she gonna do this. You know that Red Ruby's, that's a going hard dog. On the bottom, and a Mayday dog on the top, which you already know that bottom was a Mayday dog anyway. Madame was the mama to Ruby. Bred to the champion graveyard off of Mayday. So look at the pedigree. But just the fact that somebody tried 7 times, we didn't get that opportunity with Brat. If there was a time period that we could have got slipped in and got 4 and 5, Brat would have been a grand champion. But it was hard for us to get her on top of what was actually going on with the other dogs that we were actually using. You know what I'm saying? We had a hell of a streak going on at one time, and being we running with the people we running with, it was kind of obvious that you're going to get a name, especially when you're running with a crew. And I call that crew 90%. 90% of the time, it's these people that we was running around with, that we would all posse up with. Remember, I didn't have $50,000-$60,000 to be giving away on no dogs, and I got 7 kids. But you could not scare us away with $50,000-$60,000 bets. Why? Because we had people who had money. We had good dogs that we all know if I can hook up and we go do this, we can go clean them out. And the same thing that we was doing with them, they was doing with us. Regardless of, well, I'm telling the story, they telling the story, they're going to say the same thing. That's why a lot of them great fights happen. Money wasn't scaring nobody back then, because it wasn't nothing for everybody to posse up. Posse up, we're going to have that pot money. So that was just a different time. I called that was that New Jack era. Everybody had money, and that was the new gambling thing. Good dogs, All you know how to do is whoop enough ass to get a following. Everything from there, money is not gonna scare nobody because everybody gonna have it. So, seen it plenty of times happen. Was a part of it plenty of times when it did happen. That's why I talk about that shit to this day because again, that's the time period I come from. And yes, these guys were considered the 90 percenters. 90% of the time, they won. Let me see, baby. You're right, Mad Doctor. You're saying Struthers Luther beat Grand Champion New York, New York. But you know what, Mad Doctor? You know, New York Jr., he turned out to be a pretty good goddamn dog himself now. You know, that was, you know, New York, the original, he got killed by Luther. But Junior was a beast. I think Junior became a champion. I don't know about if he ever made grand champion, but I know for damn sure New York Junior, he became a champion. He was a good dog. Big shout out to my man Kyle. He said, talking that L scares them, twin. Kyle, you've been, you know, you are a, what I call, you're a doctorologist. You put in that work. I mean, I take my hat off to you because you put in that work and you try your best to know what you're talking about. And you know, that was a big, you know, statement what you said there, because when you say they scared, everybody like that scared word all of a sudden be like make a person stick their chest out even further, don't it? And actually, just the fact that you use a scary word, they go beating on their chest, knowing they still scared half to damn death. You know, pride, man, comes in many shapes and sizes, man. Sometimes, you know, if you know in your heart that something is impossible to do. I mean, I'm going to take the military, for instance, the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps taught us strictly how to do, you know, two things. Live long enough to kill somebody. And so long as you was living, we're going to teach you all these many different ways that you can kill somebody. They ain't teaching us how to go make no bombs. They wasn't teaching us how to, you know, fly the planes, even though they had their group of people that did that. But what's the core of the Marine Corps? It's the smallest branch of the service. That means, but we do it all, land, sea, and air. So talk about them land people. Them land people is ones, anytime shit go down, who the first people they send in? Them crazy ass Marines. Why? Because they don't know how to do nothing but kill, and they don't ask no questions. They put their lives on the line because they only understand one thing. That's the objective. What's the mission? What's the objective? If it is getting up that hill, and the thing is, it don't take a lot of them. All it takes is a mental attitude to stay alive, to want to stay alive based on the information and the teaching that they have given you. They build that mind frame to where it only take a couple of y'all to get up the hill. And it ain't like you just running up the hill. You are strategically going up the hill, killing people. That's just facts. If you ain't never been in the military, you probably wouldn't understand what that means. And if you ain't never been a Marine, I know you wouldn't know what that means. But even for me to even say this in the way I'm saying, it might sound crazy to people. But you would think if they training you like that, regardless of how good they training you, you're gonna be scared when them things start flying over your head. And that might be true for some people. There were some guys that I noticed through that training in my years in the Marine Corps that you did not want them scared. Because, them kind of scared people will kill you quick because they don't like that feeling of being scared. You know what I'm saying? Which made them do things that was like totally out of control because they really was never in control. And the most dangerous man in the Marine Corps is a man who can have that fear and still conquer it by completing his mission. That means he stayed smart. He stayed under control. It's normal to have that fear. It's normal. We call it butterflies. Some people say butterflies is like being scared. Well, no, it's an uncomfortable feeling. It's your nerves. But once you get by that, and that's the same thing with these dogs. Some guys really literally be scared, literally really be scared. I've told you all these stories. We will actually show up to the scale. And you turn around and say, I didn't know it was them. Y'all set me up. Remember, 2 occasions, 2 forfeits like that. Should it have mattered? That's my thing. My point is, that's what I call scared. You ain't never been across from me. All the thing you could possibly be afraid of is because it's us. It didn't even matter. It was what dog we had. It was the fact that it was us. And I ain't was trying to be big head because I ain't never tried to be that big head. I always looked at it, why don't they know who it is? Because there was a time that we couldn't get on because the conversation was who it is. So stop telling people who it is. You stop telling people who it is and start covering strictly the weights. We'll deal with that when we get there. That to me is just a business strategic way that everybody back in the day was doing things when you felt like people were ducking you. Because we had a lot of things that could have been happening if people had took the responsibility and, hey, yeah, we'll go into Kenny, we'll go into Kenny Island, not everybody is willing to jump around like that back in the, the New Jack days. They started off, but then that's when a whole lot of that ass whooping started going on. And that's just started becoming, like if you notice over a certain time period, look at a lot of them dogs that was winning and becoming dog of the years. Just look at the people. Get in there and look at the super kennels and how they blew up and how, STP was doing their thing. But then look at the super kennel group of guys. Yeah, it was a group of guys. But look at the damage. Look what kind of damage they would have had to breed to put down to break the great STP's match records. But people wouldn't know that, if you wasn't really a part of what was really going on. And then you just going on for what you hear. But when you start talking about what that's a little bit different because you got to have respect for what you don't know. Because it's easier for you to be like, man, I didn't know that. And if you really didn't know that, go see if I'm lying. You ain't got to come back and tell me shit else. Then you're going to be like, shit, I didn't know. Just leave it like that. Because I'm just telling you, you don't have to take my word. Just go check it yourself. That's why we push receipts around here. Talking fuck all that talking. We only talking because this is our experience. I can tell you because this is our experience. This is our life. I mean, I'm not going to never find myself feeling like at 65 fucking years old, I got a bullshit and lie about my motherfucking life. Not the kind of life I've lived. You got me fucked up, especially over no damn podcast. So that's what I be on, and I'm staying down. I'm standing on that shit. What we sharing with you, it ain't nobody paying us to do this. We sharing it because it's important for us to be able to share it out there. It's important for it to be out there to where 20 years from now, maybe it'll be, somebody really looking for some real dog shit from some people who really did some dog shit from some real dog man that got on here and talked about their dog shit, you know what I mean? Them days might be far long gone, but we still gonna have that history to talk about, because for us it was like it was for Tudor and Leitner and Kobe and all them come working their way up to us, all the way down to the Stone Cities and the Nooneys, the LaFonzes and the Undertaker. I mean the Untouchables. Cuban. Remember, my list can get fucking long. This list can get fucking long. But then that's just our part of history that we lived through. Yeah, we can take you from all the way back to 82, all the way up to 2008 as active dog men. Active. So everything else is a story within itself. But when you live that life and willing to share it to people, and y'all know we done had, thanks to this YouTube, I've seen Mayfield, I've seen the Pat Patrick video, there's so much information that, if you don't know them, you get a general idea of them. Like some of the stories, you be like, nah, that ain't how that really happened. But then, you let them have it. You just, sometimes things that the story don't really tell. Why did you know? Because you was part of the story. A lot of things in some of them stories that some people just didn't want out. Like they say that shit about Maurice Carver. Do you think Maurice Carver gave a fuck about what people said about how his dogs was bred? The most smartest thing the man never said is, that's for me to know and them to find out. Long as they got something to even work with, they should be more concerned about the actual dog than worried about what's on this fucking piece of paper. Smartest thing the man ever said. Because if you were lucky enough to get a dog from him, and that paper might have been the wrong paper, but who gives a fuck? Because the goddamn dog is probably going to be about that life, and it's going to be about worth whatever the fuck he said is on that piece of paper. That's what it's going to be. Because if it wasn't worth talking about, it'd have been like everything else, buried in a hole somewhere and be talked about next. But you got to respect the man for doing what they do. Now, I don't know the reasons that everybody might have found some kind of, profitable way of thinking. But, Maurice Carver was already a gangster any damn way. So he was a character in himself, but he was serious about his business. And back in them days, I'm pretty sure they was. But understanding their history and why they do the things that they do, and then you sit back and then you look at, all right, I've read that in a book. I've heard many people, great dog men, talk about these people, but now I'm in my time and I still got people bullshitting, lying on paper. Why are you lying on paper? Why are you trying to change what that dog really is? Can you use the same Maurice Carver tune? Well, yeah, that only works if you're the one doing the breedings. You know what I'm saying? To me, after all these years, I always felt like, that only works if you're the one who's doing the breeding. But if you're doing the breeding and using your own shit, it ain't gonna matter. But if you just breed and you letting other people have your shit, they was a little bit more stingy about letting you know how that dog was bred. Just like I know Angus and I think her name was Rose. They was on the yard at the same time. On Supernat's yard when all that crazy shit, because Angus was actually supposed to be the one going in the Jeep, if I remember correctly. But they was on the yard at the same time. I don't know how many people, back in that time period, when we was dealing with Supernat, not the way he was saying it, not many people actually know that story they was talking about Angus and I think it was Rose. I can't even think of the bitch's name. That whole incident happened on his yard. So he would have a whole different story about how things happen the way they happen. But I would take it from him because it was on his yard. So why wouldn't he know? And you wonder, why are they on his yard? Well, you got to know Super Nat and just who he is in the dog game. That's not just no ordinary, just another guy with dogs. This community was big, but they had their reasons for doing the things that they did. And who am I to knock what they did? I was never in a situation or a position, as far as me and my brother's concerned, that we ever had to lie on papers, because we actually never really, we weren't into selling dogs or letting people, if you got a going hard dog from us, you was either real close to us, or you was a well-known dog man coming to get a dog. Because if them kind of guys, they could come and get, and they would, we weren't giving them no bullshit. When you walk away from that yard, you pretty much believe that they're gonna be walking away with some good shit. Because if we know you're doing dogs and we know this is what we're doing, and you're gonna get some of this good shit, you're supposed to get the same results that we get. When you look at our record, it will show you we weren't the only ones able to do that. We would do the things that we was doing. We weren't the only ones doing it with our shit. There was enough of our shit out there in other people's hands. We're not like Walk-em-all. People could actually take our shit and go win with it. But then think about it. Not a lot of people got that shit because we weren't selling it. We weren't doing that with puppies. Just imagine if we was. And considering all our shit is ADBA registered, it wasn't hard to track or keep up with. We just wasn't doing enough of it as far as the breeding program, because we wasn't breeders. We breed enough to keep our shit where we could keep using our own shit. And I think that's important. When I had these conversations, from a dog man's point of view of saying, on the bus, things happen different ways. Into the future, if y'all not doing what we was doing, a lot of the bullshit should damn near be non-existent, even when it comes to papers and registrations, because why is that such a big deal? I mean, if it ain't nothing behind the dog, why would it matter how the fuck it's bred? Most of the time I come from the area, the only time you asking how that dog bred is you looking at that motherfucker and you see something you like and you be like, damn, how that dog bred? That's all. It's got to be something you like or is doing that you would even ask that question. Because I know when I first seen Mayday, and I seen him as a dog, we walked him and everything, but he was a whole new different motherfucker when you seen that first match. And that second one was in stone. We got to get some of that. We got to breed to him. That's a badass dog right there. So you look at those are just things that happen just by freak nature, getting around, meeting people, doing shit. The fake paper shit, I don't see why it would matter as much as it does to where people, create such the hype when that shit ain't doing, shit any damn way. So why is you worried about all that? It almost makes it like you watering down the game. It shouldn't matter what you're doing, what your purpose is. If you're trying to create the ultimate warrior, the ultimate American Pit Bull Terrier for whatever the purpose it is, the paper ain't never made the dog. The dog always made the paper. So why the hell would the paper even matter at this point in time? In this bulldog community is way, way beyond me. Everybody got the thing about the registries. Okay, so what? The registries is registries. Anybody can create a registry. Schoolboy got a registry. Schoolboy, I would think it would be an honest registry because he's a cool guy. He's got a great reputation. But everything else, the ADBA, sometimes questionable because, money do a lot of things. They've been around a lot of years, and then sometimes they was up on their shit because, plenty of time, they would sometimes I know they would reach out and call Mo and be asking him, did so-and-so do this? And is that you? And you going to sign that? Yeah. they check your shit if they felt it was something funny or if they had any question about some shit, because they kept pretty tight records, and I've seen them question some shit, just and pick up the phone and call and be like, hey, this such and such, and things turn all right. But in times now, that when people creating these registries, and the power that falls within them, what good is a registry, the whole registry ideal, if people don't respect it? What's the purpose of even having one if people can't respect it? The AKC, the UKC, the ADBA, all of them, they was around in the very beginning. As they grew, things changed for both, but they got time and grade. Y'all got to understand that. Y'all got time and grade. As long as you got time and grade, things was going to get better, but not all the way to the point that it, do like Tom did. Okay, the ADBA starts questioning my shit, so I'm just going to create my own registry. He's allowed to do it. He did it. He's still doing it. So shit. Does that make him like a Maurice Carver? Well, Maurice Carver didn't have a registry, so it didn't. Maurice just put it on a piece of paper and registry, and that's what Maurice said. That's what it is. But think about everybody else who takes that same attitude. It's going to get to the point where people not even going to start trusting the registry, and we don't have no way of legally documenting this thing in these pit bull games that was so highly important to us, and some of us at some point in time was understanding and preserving the bloodline for what it was. I know we did when it come down to our part. I know that much. I seen how big an ass the Victor was being, and Victor could barely speak English, so but Victor was he could be a real asshole when it came down to getting them dogs registered properly and recording them dogs matches. He was on that shit like flies on shit. And he used all his resources to make sure that people respected that about that, because he wanted his dog to get what he was due. And you can't knock a man for that. I don't. It just sharpened me up and sharpened us up by just, always do good business in this game, because this game was full of a bunch of shiesty people, but then this game consists of a whole lot of good people. And instead of trying to figure out which was what, just try to be the one that was being the real, true who you are. And if you're a good person, you're going to draw good people, because just as much as I'm looking for good people, they looking for them too. And when you got people like that, it's easy to see the dumb shit. It's easy to sit back and look and see fake shit, because real gonna always recognize real. And I speak that from like trying to be no fake motherfucker, but I can truly tell you, real gonna always recognize real. Nigga talking that shit until you bust his ass in the face. Why I haul off and bust his ass in his face? Because he was running his mouth too much, and I knew he wasn't gonna do shit. How many times we done heard them stories? And I ain't saying I'm that kind of motherfucker. I'm just saying I understand, as from standing from the point of a real motherfucker, I know there's a reason why he got sucker punched, because his ass was running his mouth too damn long and he got his motherfucking head cracked. He either got knocked out or you hurt him enough to where he gonna run off. See, you can't do that shit nowadays because we got so many, these gangsters, you know what I'm saying? It's just easier to close your eyes and pull the trigger, pow, 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 pow. See, back in my day, it wasn't nothing to put my hands on you. Wasn't nothing for nobody wanting to put their hands on you. You feel a certain type of way, we're going to have to be putting our hands on each other. It's all right to take an ass whooping, just come back, and keep getting it till you get it right. I didn't look down on people like that. That's why I was always trying to be the best, For me and Mo, I always looked at, you're going to have to be one hell of a motherfucker to whoop me and him. because we always fight together. But I did tell you, I had 6 other brothers and 3 sisters. 6 brothers, including me and Mo, and 3 sisters. And I come from a family, we all fight together. When one go down, we all go down. And we was true to that shit. Mama was true to that shit. She didn't play that shit. One fight, everybody fight. So you had to learn to be a good fighter because you'd be taking on a whole bunch of families. But that's how you come up. That's just life. That's a whole new type of generation shit. Because y'all ain't nobody out here fighting like that no more. They shooting. But is that the coward? Is that because of the cowardness? As the generations went on, I don't know. I'm just saying. I brought my kids up that same kind of way. If somebody fight one, they better be fighting them all. Y'all gonna have a problem with me. That's how that go. We don't change the rules for nobody. But we living in a different time. I mean, Mad Doctor said, Mike, school boss. He knew and I knew it's all me and my dog. Trapping, feeding, conditioning, calling. It's a full-time job alongside my own job. You, Bruno, a true pedagogue. Well, you're right. But see, y'all from the old school. That's what I'm saying. Y'all from the old school. I mean, anybody it was around that time period. Privar, that's a true statement. He said, Big John never collected, don't believe the nonsense. Well, some people can just say that, right? I can, for us, truly, we can say that and not just talk about it, and say it as if we don't know no better because we was there. We were there. We could, if he had anything going on about himself, one thing for sure, we was on the man's yard. We was there at his house. And that man knew we was coming to his house. And if that man knew I'm coming to your house, and you wait to tell me that Little John got stolen, once I get to your house, if you knew or you felt like you was fixing to lose out on whatever and you had some straws, I would have at least thought you would have bought that up considering we was already at your house. Remember, we wouldn't even let him go to the backyard when we realized, okay, Big John is stolen. He's gone. He's been gone for about a week or two. So, but I know you could have told us that while we, before we got here. You already knew that. You know what I'm saying? But you never said that. Now we're here. All right. But I got Lil John. Bring up to the front, and we do the breeding right then. But for this to be a full-time winner, he didn't have no marks on him. So I don't need nobody to tell us about the shit. When we were standing right there to see that shit for ourselves. Now, ain't nobody got to believe that story. Ain't nobody got to believe nothing about what I'm saying. But just wanted to make sure and check your shit. Go back. You can go on the Going Hard and go check out our video, or even Mo know the name of which dog. But remember, we had the Little John breeding. Look at the date and the year that we did that breeding. So we got dogs off of Little John early, right after Big John was stolen. But don't know nobody need to tell us that story. Because shit, we was there 2 weeks after he got stolen. So if the man had straws, how all of a sudden, unless he got the goddamn dog back, would Little John would Big John have any straws? You know what I mean? That one right there went all the way over my head. Because how would Big John have straws? Why are y'all saying that? The only reason they saying that because they know people don't know no better. That's the only reason they saying it. Because people just don't know no better. But look, fellas, I'm going to get up out of here. I know I wasn't trying to stay this long, but I love appreciating the fact that you guys showed up even with the fights and shit that was going down tonight. But and it's important that we talk about some of the things that do matter, when it comes down to being able to, pay close attention to the things that we say sometimes. We can always talk about the common things like the dog food because everybody got different ways of doing the dog food or what they feed the dogs or how they work their dogs. I like you guys to share some of that because it's not always about our way. Remember, our way wasn't really our way. Our way was established over a time that we learned from other people to the point that what we took a little bit of what everybody else did and we made it ours. That's pretty much how we are. Everybody who's learning something, it takes on something, it becomes something about what you're doing makes it yours. Okay? That's all we try to just incorporate to give you an idea of there's so much that you can do to be so much better if you knew what to do. And that's been the true statement for us throughout our whole entire life, not just with the dogs, that's with anything. So why can't you apply that to be better? Maybe we don't, for me, I don't think we say enough of that. We still have the troll people, you still got them out there. But I also feel like we got enough good dog men out there who really do want to be better. And even if you coming from the dark to the light, don't make a difference. Because your love for the dog ain't gonna change. The only thing you got to do is change the purpose. But just because you're changing the purpose don't mean you got to get away from the same things that you was doing to make the dog what it is, regardless of what your purpose was. You still got to put in that work. And I just want everybody to respect the game for what it is. These are working dogs. We climb on the bus to talk about the past. When I talk about the future, I talk about the future, minus the past. Because I still don't see a book, just anybody's coming out with the weight pulling champions and the wall climbing. I haven't seen them books to where they have like they used to be in the journal. I can pull up some journals and show you all some of the confirmation shows, big conventions. I mean, they out there in the books, so you don't see that kind of shit nowadays. So I want to see that part get back because I know it used to be like that. We was able to coexist in them same worlds. So if we taking the darkness out of it and we're gonna shine it on the light, then why can't we just use the light to be better than what it was back there when we was doing them both? Okay, we can get away from the darkness and shine the light, but that light was a lot bigger back then than it is now, and that's where I want to be able to see it get to. I want to be able to see it get to the where, guess what? Convention, dog show conventions, confirmation shows, weight pulling, wall climbing, shit. Everybody's getting involved, and you're going to start seeing a whole lot more competition, which means you're going to start seeing a whole lot better dogs. Why? Because competition brings out the best in people. And I can't tell you nothing more than that coming from the world that I come from. But understanding, I've lived long enough to sit here and tell you that saying goes regardless of what you're doing. Your success is always going to be shown in your work. So take advantage of that. What we talk about is just what it is, an experience. It's a story about our life, our experience, our time. Over here, I want y'all to enjoy this part of the bus. Yeah, I'm cool to answer all the questions because y'all know where I'm going to be coming from. Back then, what this, what that, yep, we can talk about that, Mo. Certain things I don't talk about because I'm not Mo. When it comes to business, I can talk to you about all day about the shit that you ain't doing, what you're supposed to be doing, what sound right and what don't sound right. Because I'm the business side of this kennel. You don't see me in here cussing and fussing. I think I was handling my man Pry Bar pretty good. Now, you know damn well if that was Mo, that conversation wouldn't went that long. And you know, it would have been so much louder because that's the difference between us two. But my delivery is not to be Mo. My delivery is to be who I am. Mo don't need me to tell him how to be. He's been being him, you know, his entire life. And how do I know? Because he's been around me his whole entire life. So there's nothing about my twin that I don't know. Just like he knows, there's nothing about me that he don't know. And we are still two different people. But understanding that because of who we are is why we created the things that we were able to create in our life, including these dogs. And we give our shout outs and much respect to the people who were able to get us in that part of our life, that we were able to do the things we were able to do. And that ain't trying to be better than nobody, because we're not. We were just going hard. And that means if we were able to do it, anybody can do it. But to understand, there's levels to this shit. You know, there's levels to this shit. It just depends on what level you're trying to get to. And it ain't easy. This shit ain't meant for everybody. You hear all the old cliches. Well, guess what? That shit is real. Now, whether y'all want to believe it or not, or question it, however you want to do it, so be it. But just take it for what it is. Don't get pissy because I'm saying it. You know? Don't look at me like, oh, you think you all that. No, don't take that comment that way, because it's not meant to be like that. If you have lived this life long enough to understand the simplicity of life in general, there's certain things that's going to come along with life. And you've been living it long enough to understand that you got to learn the shit from somewhere, because if you knew every goddamn thing, you wouldn't even be out here listening to that goddamn word I'm saying. And I'm going to just leave it at that. Just keep it simple. Let me see. I see you. Okay. Lavona Sunday. Welcome to the show. I see you. OG, good combo. Appreciate that. I see you, fam. Don't worry about it. I will get that hardware out to you. But again, thank you for showing up. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the comment. Mad Doctor, you said, Mike, was your competition tougher, south or north? That's a good one. You know why? Because remember, we had over 50 matches. And being that we traveled, no, I think it was pretty even. Because remember, we started off down south in the Carolinas when we didn't know shit. And remember, we got big-headed because now our dogs that we got from them big dog men like Atlas and, you know, Powell and them. Okay, so I know why we was beating up on people, because they wasn't really, people didn't have the opportunity to have the kind of dogs we did. So that's not me bragging on that. That's just me looking at the situation, why we were able to do what we were able to do in Carolina. The dogs were able to do that because them same dogs went to Ohio, and that's where we got our name in Ohio, because we took them same dogs out of Carolina, take them to another spot. And now we getting a little bit smarter because now the lane done changed. Remember that dumb shit that we was doing in Carolina? Oh, we happen to, you know, being from where we from and understand it. Remember, Akron, Ohio is my hometown. That's where I grew up. So people are going to know me a little bit different in Akron, Ohio then they knew me in Florida, in North Carolina, because I wasn't from North Carolina. So we just the new face running around kicking ass. You show back up in Ohio, your peoples, they've been in the dogs long before Twin. Y'all been in the dogs, but y'all ain't been into these type of dogs. So y'all come back with these type of dogs. They are already set in motion. Look where we at. We Akron, Ohio. We right up the street from Cleveland, Dayton, Cincinnati, Toledo, Erie, Youngstown, Detroit, Kalamazoo. We up around all these type of motherfuckers. So when you say, look at that competition that was just right there. You got Ohio Cash in them, Biorio, Kingfish, Ozzy, Stinson, Mr. Giroux. Think about all the people that was just in that area. And then take all the names that I was naming when we was in the Carolina area. Remember, as I'm leveling up, now I can't even tell you because now I'm traveling everywhere. The DMV, New York. So can I sit there and say, where was the competition at? To be honest, bruh, it was competition every motherfucking where. I'm hoping that you can, of all people, you ought to, Mad Doctor, you kind of know where I'm coming from. I'm hoping I'm surprising you with that because, that's the reality of everything. It was a bunch of bad motherfuckers everywhere. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't just tell you where the competition was because, I was running with 90%ers. And if you just pay attention to the people that we talk about, they was fighting bulldogs. So how in the hell could we not be fighting bulldogs when everybody around you is fighting bulldogs? So competition, everybody traveled. So I felt like it was competition everywhere. And it wasn't just about trying to find the easy competition. You were going to try to find easy competition. Tell me how that shit would have worked right there in Detroit. In Ohio, I'm going to say Detroit because, man, Detroit is a bigger place than Akron, Ohio. But look at the people. We had Bill Struthers and people in Ohio Cash and Kingfish and Ozzy. Them people was right there like in our area. Right there in our area. So look at the people they was bringing in. By the time we leveled our game up and started dealing with them guys, we had to level way up. You know what I mean? Compared to what we was doing in Carolina. Because them brothers over there, they really wasn't messing with them. Back then, for me, I was like, we was one of the only black people not to had them type of dogs, but because of Cheryl Powell, we got our hands on their best dogs. James Pope was another one that he was better known as the Buckeye Man, but he had already been jumping in and out with Reverend Dak, Mr. Abernathy, Kimsey Woods. He was behind a whole lot of them dogs that was leaving out of the Carolinas, winding up north. But we didn't know him back then. They knew him, but we didn't know him. They was asking, you guys know the Buckeye Man? Had no idea who that guy was. But once we got in Ohio, and I knew he had to know him because it was a dog that we seen in North Carolina. That by the time we got to Ohio, I seen the dog up there, and Mo was like, I seen that dog. That dog name is so-and-so. He said, how you know? Because we was on the yard. He said, how you was on the yard? We showed him the paper. And that's where judo, bruiser, solo, that's where blood, that's where they come from, Carolina. And that's how we got in the pedigrees. Because, man, y'all don't have no idea who y'all on there fucking with. No, we don't. Man, you don't know what kind of dogs y'all really got here. Really? No, we don't. So, and from there, you just take that way of thinking from that to leveling up to where you know all this shit now. You're going to get better. You couldn't have no choice but to be better. That's why it was always important for us to have the right animals. Damn right, I'm going to take a killer before I take something over some gameness. Because I've learned a game dog can't stand in there with not something that's going to be killing it. You better have more than gameness, because your gameness ain't going to do you no good. It's not. And I've seen it plenty of times over the many, many years of doing this, fellas. Look through your own journal. Don't just take it from what we be trying to show you. Look, that you very rarely see shit get over an hour. Very rarely. So you're doing good to see hour 45, 2 hours. But don't look, and think everything went down like that. Shit, a whole lot of shit that was under 30. You were doing good to make it 35, 40. I mean, you was even doing better making it an hour. But did that hour 15, hour 30, I mean, you can't tell me them was two sloppy ass dogs. Competition be like that. So you got to respect the game for what it was. I'm not one to see people piss on that part. Because if you ain't never done it, shit, trust me, if you ever had to do it, your mind, your conversation would be so much different. Because you would sit back and understand what it takes for a bulldog to be full go for an hour. When you got two bulldogs, that's an accomplishment. That ain't nothing to sit there and talk about he wasn't shit. Give a damn who had him. Shouldn't have damn mattered. It was enough people out there bulldog. I pull up the goddamn 1999 journal, show you every fight that happened down in that time period of 1999. It was over 1,900 and something recorded matches in that year. 19. That you know how many pairs of dogs that was? They got reported in that year, 1,900 something. Now you'd say for every match it was 2 dogs. Times that by 1,900 by 2. Look how many bulldogs we talking about. And you gonna try to tell me that we were short on matches? Well, if you actually took the journal, that 99 book, and looked through all the matches that's in that book, there's gonna be so many dogs and kennels that you know nothing about. You're going to see kennels back in 1999 that you're going to hear talking about today, but they were just getting started in 1999. You see a couple of them early losses. And you'd be like, I know that kennel. Only reason you know that kennel because that kennel's still around. But that wasn't that same kennel back in them days. They was new to the game. You know what I'm saying? So I got a chance to see a lot of that through these many years. A lot of it. Lots of it. And seeing seeing the ones that came up and become, they about that life. I mean, the way y'all talk about them. So no, I ain't wanting to be sitting up here be bullshitting you. I'm just telling you, Gabe, if you know it like I know it, it's real. You got to respect the game. All right, fellas, look, I'm getting up out of here. Hey, Pride Bar Jack, appreciate you showing up, man. Again, I look forward to our next conversation because I'm pretty sure you're going to do that little work and we're going to have a whole lot to talk about. And I'm going to put that link up because I open my door and you have every opportunity that we could actually sit down and have this conversation. All I ask you to do is put in some work. Put in some work because to the audience, that sets up a better conversation. You're just not chumming the water. You're real, you real trying to have a real good conversation. I can work with people like that. All right. So again, big shout out to the Mad Doctor and everybody else who came up to show up and show out. Y'all know we'll be back here Tuesday, maybe. It's getting close to that holiday time. I got this operation I got to get ready to deal with. Mo, he's in his situation. I don't know if he's going to be in the hospital today or tomorrow, or what his situation is going to be like. But like I said, a little late today, probably going to be a little late throughout these next couple of weeks because guess what? We got 2026 coming in. And I'm telling you, this is it. In 2026, gonna be our last year of doing this. I think Mo is getting to the thing that he's really talking about this book and getting on the road, and just getting out here doing his face-to-face with his dog people, because that's just what he want to do. And sitting around doing this and having to get back to this, I can kind of feel him. I'm gonna try to make it to where we can do it a little easier, but I kind of feel him on that, because over here we can only say so much. And being we ain't out here to start no controversy, I'm not trying to get, start a lot of bullshit just to get people going back and forth and arguing to get clicks. I'm not going to do that. I come from the world. You got a problem with me? I mean, you can either go get the dog, or we can meet up somewhere and get the gloves, be cordial. Back in the day, we always, I'm gonna whoop, they're gonna kick my ass. You better not be outside on the, at the playground after school. And guess what? By the time you get out to the playground, everybody outside in this big ass circle knowing, oh, he here, it's finna go down. Yeah, that's how that shit worked back then. That's from the old school growing up. Damn well that shit didn't change when you got into them damn dogs. You talk that shit, you better go. I don't want to give a damn if you got to go borrow one. Anything other than that, you can just shut the fuck up, because I already know you a cur. Because you talk too goddamn much. That's who I am. You talk too goddamn much. Stop all that goddamn talking. Let me see something. But then, different strokes for different folks. That don't make you no badass, or don't make me bigger and better than anybody else. But sometimes people just it's all right to stand on your own principles. If that's how you grew up and that's all you know, then let that man be who he is. I ain't trying to change a motherfucker. That's all I'm saying. Respect the game. Real recognize real. If you ain't part of that real, don't be mad at it because you just ain't gonna be that. Accept it and do what you can to try to be that, or at least respect it and just let it go. These Bulldogs ain't nothing to be playing with, man. Respect the game. That's all I'm saying. There's many levels to it. It's just a matter of which level you want to play on. I'm one of them. Don't be mad at the messenger. At least I ain't trying to read it out of a book. I'm just trying to tell you how I feel about it, because I lived it. Don't hate on me because you might feel like I think I'm all that, because you might think I'm all that, but I don't think I'm all that. There's too many people better than us, so I would ever think like that was all that. I want you to give respect to the people who made us who we are. That's who get all the goddamn, that's what the all that is, because I thought we was pretty goddamn good. I thought we was pretty damn good. That should tell you how I feel about the people who we was hanging around. They were so many that was so much better. Been around, they the reason we was able to do what we was doing, because who you think we got it from? That's the respect of the game I'm talking about. Because if you can get that from us, then that should give y'all an idea that it was possible. That we used to be just like y'all. Got around the right people, did the right things, and all these years later, we can still go back and still talk about our shit and still talk about our shit to this day. And that ain't bragging. That's just, it was good enough to still be around. That's all. And to me, that's an accomplishment. Because I don't think y'all heard me trying to sell nothing as far as going hard trying to sell some puppies or sell some dogs. Man, I mean, after 3 years, we have access to great dogs. But you never seen us put our name on none of them dogs. So there's a difference. Regardless of what you do with them, how you doing, you need to have the right shit. And if we have anything as far as making sure and helping y'all get the right shit, then guess what? We're gonna do what we can because it has always been like that. If they ain't talk about it, then that mean they ain't doing enough shit to be talked about. Bottom line. If they talking about it, then you better find out what they talking about, and you better be talking about it where you want some of that shit on your yard. Give a damn how if he the fastest treadmill runner, the fastest wall climbing, pull the most weights, whatever whatever it is about it that you like. You better make you better make good and damn sure. Damn what everybody else saying. They ain't got to be the one to raise it and feed it. That choice always has been the dog man's. And if our success was based on the decisions we made, then guess what, fellas? We made a whole lot of good goddamn decisions. You know what I mean? When it came down to these bulldogs. And a whole lot more of the right decisions than there was the bad ones. And we had some bad decisions. But that's just a whole new story. So let me get up out of here. Y'all do me a favor, man. On this Friday night, and give me some goddamn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, give me some damn roses, roses. Mike need damn roses. Hey fellas, appreciate y'all showing up. I got Mo's little picture thing up here, right? Actually Mo been around me, just actually sitting here the whole day. But I did tell you, we went out to the stadium today. I took Kim and my wife, and we got we got some good seats at the bowl games. I got good people to be looking out for us. And the crazy thing is, Mo, he's so into wanting to go, wanting to go. So I got him a ticket. We got a part way, the stadium full now. So, we got to take this hump all the way to the stadium. So that was rough because Mo is not moving well. He got his toe cut off, his foot still swollen. He done put his clothes on because he's trying to look good going to the stadium, but it ain't working out for him. He's looking like an old man because he's dragging his feet. We get him into the side of the stadium. They had to get him they got him a wheelchair and ran him. They had to, I think we was not even we was right there at the 50-yard line. 5 rows up from, you go to the wall, the team's on that side, we like right there watching the game. So we pretty close. But the thing was, they rolled Mo all the way up. Raymond James you got to go all the way up. And then, if you know how big the stadium is, everything else works its way down inside the shoe of the stadium. So when they bring him up in the wheelchair, he's way up at the top. The wheelchair can't go down the steps. So I got to bring him down the steps. So he got to get up and walk all the way down there, to where our seats is. That was some crazy shit. Because the same way I got him there, I got to leave with him there. So he's on his pain medication and shit. He actually been sitting here, but I had him on the medication because, they only could take him to, he didn't even get the wheelchair on the way out because I didn't want to stand there and wait with all them people. So he bulldogged it all the way out the stadium, all the way back to the parking lot, all the way to the car. And it was just rough on him. So, but he was the one to encourage me, you gonna do the show, And I'm like, man, you ain't up to doing the show. And then he talking about come back and he tells me, Mike, do the show, I'm gonna be ready. And then I do the show and he ain't ready. So I end up doing the show like I'm doing. But give him a shout out because I'm telling you, it ain't like he here because he's sitting right here behind me. You probably heard him up there talking about roses, roses. Because I think he's so fucked up on that shit, that pain medicine. You know, did he hear me talking? He just going through the motions. So y'all give a big shout out for my bulldog boy, man. Because he's still trying to get it in, man. I'm telling you, God is good. Because he gave us that ability to just, enjoy life with all the bad that come behind it, but he's still living. And me personally, I can't help but love it because he don't have to be here. Just like I don't have to be here. We really, really want to be here. So he just didn't get on this mic, and I'm gonna let him have that. I'll talk some shit to him in the morning, make him listen to the show. But y'all know where I'm coming from. This yellow bus is a whole new thing. Respect that part of the game as your history. That's all it's there for. In that history, there's a whole lot of good information that can be used. Like any other history book, like anything else in your history, sometimes there's just things back there that can do you some good. If it don't do nothing for you, it gives you a blueprint of what not to do if it turned out wrong. And that's my message for tonight. There is levels to this shit. Yep, that yellow bus that we get on every time y'all come to the show. Yeah, I'm taking you back to another time period where we think totally different than y'all. And I can only speak for myself and the people that I was around. You can bit in it for the ones that still living. They can speak for themselves. Y'all have heard enough of their stories that I got my version of things, they got their versions, but together we gonna always have something to talk about because they was there like I was there. But you learn something from that, and that's all I'm trying to get out of you is be able to just let's get away from the bullshit and let's get into this real shit real quick. Let's see what it look like when you start having real bulldog conversations. Let's see what it looked like when you stop talking and it actually starts showing up at some of these confirmation shows. And I always say I speak of confirmation because we don't have no grand champion confirmation shit. Not that I know of, not to where it's all popular. But who's to say it can't get like that? If enough people start doing it, I'm pretty sure it'll be like that. But until then, my love and respect gonna always go to where I come from. The only part of this game that I know. I'm not gonna shit on them just because things is changing. Maybe they just like I was. We didn't care. It didn't matter. All right. So hey, love and respect and shout out to them. Much love and respect to them. Because they understand their own risk. But I understand them in the love of the game. Much love and respect to that. Much love and respect to all you guys who get out there just taking on the task of even owning the bulldog. And especially an American game. American game pit bull terrier. Oh, use a ballsy one. But do what you do. Stay safe. Respect the game. Because that's the only way this game gonna respect you. So until Tuesday, let me get my little thump here together. Hey man, appreciate everybody who gave to the channel tonight. Hey, my man, Mad Doctor, you be typing up some shit. Much love. Hey fellas, going into the new year, I'm telling y'all right now, I'm telling you before it even happened, the format is going to change. And I know there'll be a lot of typing going on, but I'm going to open this channel up, because it's going to be, we coming to the end to give more people a chance to talk about their own experiences. And I mean, talk about it because it's not meant to be confrontational. For me, I look at people, all of us have our own experiences. I think you should share it more often because that's where the networking comes from. That's where the camaraderie came from. You know, it's like before every big convention or match, you had all these people together, and then you met people that you didn't know, people that you heard their names, but now you heard the name, but now you're putting a face to the name. And a lot of these were legendary people, and then now that they were just normal people back in the then. So yeah, I'm a fan of just taking advantage of that, But it takes the audience to become a part of something to even make it successful. Just like it takes the audience to be a part of what it takes to make the confirmation shows successful. This community has always been built on the dog man. Because it's the dog man who's taking the dog, making the dog who he is. And because of the dog being who he is, that makes the dog and how the dog bred, it makes it relevant. It matters, see? And that's keeping it simple. It's just a matter of which part of the game you're trying to play in. Regardless of which one it is, be true to the game. Because that's the only way the game going to be true back to you. I'm out of here. Hey, let me get my music started. I could have said that with the music jamming, no, couldn't I, y'all? It would have sounded like more like, damn, that was deep, twin. That was deep. Yeah. All right, fellas. Don't forget to hit that like button for y'all who haven't hit that like button yet. Do me a favor, hit that damn like button. Hey, for those who want to share, or if y'all have any questions, a lot of this conversation we can always have offline, about any breeding, anything, how something bred, just anything, because that's what we do. You see the email address, you see the Cash App information down there. All of that information is meant for whoever wants to use it. Regardless of what you're doing, how you're doing it, I'm going to always have my mottos or certain things I'm always going to say, whether it be the beginning, the end, or however I do say it, I get this one point across. I always say, don't talk about it, be about it. You know what I'm saying? That's for everybody who want to talk shit and all that other bullshit. Yeah, it's easy to talk about, but how easy it for you to be about it. So don't talk about it, be about it. And my other thing is, I don't give a damn how hard and how long you've been doing this. Whatever you're doing, however that you're doing it, you didn't come in on top. And if you are on top at this point in your life, you didn't get there by just walking in and bam. Them is my real bulldoggers. Them is the ones that know when I say you better always. I know what I mean. I say it because I'm taking it to you don't know where I'm fixing to go because you've been there already. That you always scratch the wind. And that's saying a lot if you really understand what it means. I'm just saying. I see y'all Tuesday.